Hello everyone and welcome to our third video tutorial. I am Paul and today we'll take a detailed look at all the functions and features of the Gene 2.3 software. I won't start from the very beginning downloading, extracting and activating the software because those were already explained in the previous tutorial. If you haven't installed and activated the Gene yet, please watch the quick start tutorial first, then come back here. This even will be probably the longest one I've ever done. I will not hurry today, I'd rather repeat something twice than forget it. So feel free to relax and take your time. Don't worry about the length, it will be divided into chapters so you can easily jump to any section you want. Although I will go in depth, it still won't be as detailed as individual tutorials created for a specific purpose, function or feature, whether they already exist or will be recorded later. This session will be continuous without interruptions and I hope it goes smoothly without any issues. I'll take just a few breaks for a drink and I am almost ready to start. But before that, please subscribe to this channel. I'll give you a moment to do it. Go ahead. Alright, are you ready? It's time to begin. Last time we created the Gene 2.3 folder containing the activated original, the user guide and the copy lottery number 1. Let's open the copy of the Gene 2.3 lottery number 1, insert the Excel password and the Gene 2.3 interface is just now opening in front of us. I'll make it on the full screen size and we will everything I'll explain from left to the right as the settings goes, sometimes jumping a few sections, jumping to another and skipping one of them as needed, depending if we are in the settings, generation or evaluation phase. So let's start from the left, explaining everything to right, and let's see how this goes. So at first we have the logo Gene 2.3 and if the logo is golden then you have the golden edition, and just here point out that the tutorial is valid for the standard and also for the golden edition because the functionality is the same. And then we have here the activation button that we will use to make these primary settings, which I will go right now. So when we click the activation, there are a few fields which are activated and we can set them up. At first, here is the language. So you can choose your own language, which at this moment is empty here, and today we'll keep the English, but for example you can change it to German language, so everything has changed to German, and we can switch back to English language, which is right here. Also the list is longer, ending with Czech language, and if you select the my language, it's now empty because there is nothing as it's not used. So I'll come back and I use the English. To create your own language, it's very simple. Just go to tab with languages and you can easily fill in the based on English. For example, you can easily fill in the words relevant for your language. As for example, I can use some another language, or you can simply use, if you take all these things, you can simply use translator, translate them and then insert them here, so then it can be filled in. Also you can do other thing just to copy that, and you can add it in the other column, and here it is. So I can change it to Chinese, for example, and then you can use translator, or if you know how to translate it, you will just translate all the words, and there are not so many. So you can see if I scroll down, and there are some 2 tables, and which you can use. Then if I'll go back to Gene 2.3 tab, I can end it, and again if I activate it and we look for the languages, you can see here is still my language. This is now empty, but at the end we have the Chinese, so the list of languages was extended. So if I use this, now we have still the English here as it was not translated, but you see this is the way how you can change it. So that's about the first settings to set up your language. Then, as I said, I will keep the English so everything is clear, and as the tutorial is spoken in English as well. I'll go to languages tab just to make it clear, so I will not make some mess here. So I'll delete the Chinese column here and make it looking good. Then the next parameter is the skin. So it's about that you can change the colors of the gene interface and also the colors of all the outputs. Here we have the blue skin, which has this blue color as mostly used for the tutorials and presentations. Then you can decide to use the dark skins like the black one here. So everything and mainly the background is in black color. There are some other interesting skins like Matrix, so it's similar to colors from the movie Matrix. And if you have the golden edition, there are also extra golden skins which are available only in this golden edition. So today we stay with the skin, which is the blue X, so we can distinguish between the buttons start and end. We have them green and red, so we can also adjust some colors differently, so you don't need to have everything in one color style. You can use other colors to create your own skin or change a current skin. It's just similar like with the language. So you go to skins tabs, and here you can make your skin, which you can fill in the colors. For example, I can copy this and put these colors here, and then I can change them. And there are 2 types of colors. One of them are objects. The first object is defined by the color index, and it's very simple. For example, the background and everything which is on the field on this, let's say, as I show, everything in the table in here is colored by the color index, and it's quite simplified, and I would say also limited. So you have some amount of colors from the index 0 to index 56, and so in fact there are 57 color types and not more. But then we have the objects like buttons, some checkboxes and other things, and they are created by the RGB color. So you can have the mix of colors, and based on them you create the color. And if you want a new skin, for example, I would use this blue. So then it's easy to copy the skin, and then you can change the colors directly. So I'll change the name here, and I will call it blue Y, for example, as we have the XY. Let's change just some colors to some random numbers like here, and I would change it other colors like here. So this is how this works. If I scroll down, so we have the menu, the buttons, then we have checkboxes, all these objects, and even going further, it's quite long, the list, so it's good to copy the skin and then to play with this. And also at the end there is a table, and this is mainly the color index, where you can change the colors of the output boxes and all the printed interface. So I scroll up here, and here we have this new skin. I'll go back to Gene 2.3 tab, and I'll end it at this moment. And when I click activation, the new skin will be uploaded into combo box. So if I scroll down, you see we have the new skin blue Y. Also, if you use this my skin, which is empty, then you got some, I don't know, some nonsense numbers, or if there are in fact only zeros, so it is changing to zeros. So I'll go back, I see nothing, so let's randomly pick this new skin blue Y, and now you see how the skin is easily changed. So as I randomly change the colors, you see that there are some different colors. It's not so nice at this moment, but this is the way what I wanted to show. So let's stay today with the blue X for this tutorial. I'll just go back again to skins, and I'll delete the extra skin to not make some mess. I go back here. Regarding the skins and the colors, I'll go for now to user guide, where is everything described as well. And just if you open the user guide, it's very useful to click on this icon, so you have all the content available here, and you can easily jump to any section you want here. Let's go to functions, and here is chapter called skins, and let's say I'll go to complete chapter. This is what I've described right here, and if I scroll down, this is also how to make the new skin, how to make the new one. So this was right now already described, and this is what I mentioned about the color index. So you have these colors from number 1 to 56, and the RGB mixture of colors. So it's in fact red, green and blue. If you use, for example, the code 25500, I mean 00, then you get clearly the red, because this is the parameter for the red. So we are maximizing the red color. Then the green, if you have maximum value, so then you can get green. And some mixtures you are getting then different colors based on this picture and this colored graph. If you want to have colors in grayscale, then always you should have all these parameters the same value, like shown here. If you need to black, then you put everywhere 0. To get white, you have everywhere 255, and something in between is giving you the gray scale, like you see on this picture. So, and here it's described. So if you use the color index, it's just one number, and where it's needed, you need to fill in the three numbers. The first is the portion of the red, second portion of the green, and the portion of the blue is the third line. So that is about the skin, how to change it, how to make new one, and that's all what you need to know. So we have this. Then we go during the settings and primary settings to select the lottery game you want to play and you want to generate the numbers. And this is now more interesting to start with, because this is something which is really needed for your generation. And here is the list of all the available games from many states all around the world. So there are really a lot of presets, and the presets can be simply added from the template from the internet, or you can create easily your own if it is missing here. So for example, let's select one lottery preset, and I'll explain how this works and what are the parameters of the lottery game in general. So let's select the first preset. It's in US, and this is Lottery Fantasy 5, which is using one drawing machine. So it means you have some cylinder where are the balls, and this cylinder is only one, and from that cylinder these balls are drawn during the lottery day. And to understand that, so the parameters of the lottery game are shown here in this table, and there are all the parameters which are needed for the lottery preset. And the first one is number of draws. It means the number of drawing machines, and here we have only one drawing machine. And then the count of numbers, draw one, it means that this is amount of balls which the drawing machine contains. So this is the whole amount of balls or the numbers. So in this case we have 36 balls in these drawing machines. And then there is a how many numbers are drawn from this machine. So in this case we are drawing 5 balls from the drawing machine, and then the count of bad numbers is how many numbers you can cross on the ticket. It means it can differ. So if you draw, for example, 6 balls, you can cross only 5. Let's see, there is some preset. I hope I select the right one, or maybe Bank Million. Yes, so there are drawing 7 balls, but only 6 of them you can cross on the lottery ticket. And it also means that in the input box you will have 7 lines to fill in the drawn numbers, but on the output boxes you will have only 6 numbers generated which you can use for your ticket. So this is how this works, and the count of bad numbers can be equal or less than count of lot numbers or drawn numbers. If this value is higher, then it will cause an error, and it's not even possible, and such a lottery doesn't exist. So this is these basic parameters, and then there is a count of the same draws, and most lotteries has the count of the same draws 0, just 0. But there are a few lotteries, for example in Czech Republic or in Slovakia, where it's played, and I explained that further during this primary settings. And then the game index is just the number of the lottery based on the list. So if I select the first lottery Powerball, it gets the number 1. If we make directly on preset, so then you can have the my game and it will have index 0, but there are no parameters currently, so it's empty. And when you select the lottery, just never touch this and never change it, because the gene and the generation takes the parameters from here. So it's for you, just for information to see how the preset looks like, but do not touch this during the generation or settings, whatever. So that's how this works. And now I spoke about the lottery using just one drawing machine. Now I'll select lottery using two drawing machines, like a Powerball from United States, and you can see the count of draws. So it has two drawing machines, and the first drawing machine contains 69 balls and the second contains 26 balls. And from the first machine you are selecting 5 numbers on the ticket, and 5 numbers are drawn. So the input box has the same number of lines than as the output box, and the second drawing machine has 26 balls and only one ball is drawn, and only one you can cross on the ticket. The count of the same draws is equal to 0 and number index is 1. So these are these two types of lotteries you can fill in, because gene itself is able to run in the same time only two drawing machines. I mean, it is able to simulate two drawing machines and run two random generators in the same time. And there are lotteries which are using more than one drawing machine. And I'll just jump into the internet and let's see. For example, there is a picture of unused two drawing machines for the Powerball lottery. So this is how the drawing machine looks. So you have here the balls, then it goes in, and then these balls are drawn. So that's one drawing machine, the second drawing machine. But if I jump to another picture, you can see, for example, you have another lottery and there is just one drawing machine. There is also another one drawing machine, but here you have 4 drawing machines. And to use the gene, as it has only 2 random number generators, you need to run, for example, in this case, 2 genes in the same times, where there are generated 2 random numbers generators. So in total it gives you 4 drawing machines. So it's a little bit tricky, and there is a tutorial called, I think, Pick and Cash Lotteries, where everything is explained in detail. I'll just go back now to the user guide, or maybe before that I'll just show how to make the preset first, and then I'll explain in the user guide which each parameter, what does it mean and how you can make it. So at this moment I'll show you how to create your own preset for the lottery. So you go to Games tab here, and there are all the presets here. There are 136 presets. You can again make your own preset right here, this My Game, easily, as there is an empty space. Or you can, if you live in United States, for example, you can make a free space. So I'll insert free line, and you can create here your own preset right here. Or you can scroll down to another section, or you can just write the preset at the end. And let's say make it at the end, so I'll delete this. And there are 2 ways how to implement the preset to your lottery. At first, there are available templates and presets in the separate Excel document, which you can copy. Is just copy the line from one and to copy it to another. So this is the first way, and I'll go to to the user guide, where are the games, and this is how to. We spoke about the selection, which is the simplest one and will be used mostly all the time in most time scenarios. Then you can implement from the internet. So the thing is that you will get a file if you ask for it, because maybe it will be difficult to do for you. So there can be available in our Wave Hunters groups, or you can ask me to help you with the preset, so I can create for you the preset, and then you'll get a single file, Excel file, where will be the preset created. And only the thing is that you copy the line, and then in this Gene 2.3 game sheet you will insert it like I shown. You make the free space and you insert the line, so then it's done here. But when you want to make, this is one easier way, but it may take some time before I make it for you, and or you can now decide to do it directly. So then if you want to do it directly, it's good to have the gene in the state that I would before the activation. So it's always better to have it in this state if you are making new language, new skin or game. It's better before clicking the activation, because after that you will be able to upload the game, the skin or language by activating. It's the thing how to upload the things into the combo box. So this is how you start. So then you go to games sheet right here, and let's explain everything how to make this preset correctly. So as you see here, create new game. So you go to game sheet, and the first is the country. So it's good to have, if I go here, so the first we have country, then is the company. It means the lottery company which is providing the lottery. So there are usually the official website, so I'm putting there the official website, so when I need to make the update I can just easily jump to the company website. Then very important, and this is crucial to use, it's mandatory to use the name of the lottery. So you can write here the name. So I go here, so we have the lottery, then we have the count of the draws, and as I said, you can put just number 1 or number 2. So we have 1 drawing machines and 2 drawing machines. Then we have the count of bet numbers for draw 1 and draw 2. So it's E and H. So let's see. So there is a count of the draw numbers is here, and here for the second draw, and it means how many numbers you can cross or select on the lottery ticket. So this is then this count of lot numbers for draw 1 and 2, F and I, and this is here, F is here, F and I is here. So let's make some preset here. So we have 2 drawing machines, and we can cross just 4 numbers, and 4 numbers for drawing machine 2, and there are drawn 5 numbers and 6 numbers in draw machine 2. So this is how we quickly made the presets and parameters. So number of drawn, and then this is count of numbers. So it means how many numbers are in the drawing machines. You can see it on the lottery ticket. So this is the amount of numbers, which for example there is 59 and here is 35. Yes, so this is amount of balls in the drawing machine. So let's go here, and let's the my lottery has 50 balls, and the second drawing machine has 20 balls. And we are almost ready. We just need the final mandatory parameter, and then we have the count of the same draws. If we put 0, which is in the most cases that there is no same draw, it is valid for most of lotteries, so we put 0. And let's explain it here. So in most cases, and you can see in many presets that there is almost 99% is 0. So that's the most used lotteries, but there are a few lotteries that are quite specific. So we are, for example, generating numbers which we put on ticket. We have some numbers, but then there are two draws. Let's say these are drawn. Existing numbers are in draw 1, so we have, for example, 5, 24, 18, 6. This is drawn from the first drawing machine, and when we compare it, we got the match with 24 and number 9, so we have two numbers. And the second drawing machine is drawing from the same amount, or let's say if you draw them again, and now we got different numbers, and you got number 9 and number 6, so we have two matches. So in fact you have two chances to win. So you can win from the first drawing or from the second drawing machine. So that's how this works. And if I show that and I scroll down, then just make it a little bit. If I scroll down, you can just see there is a, from Czech Republic, there is a Sportka, and you are drawing always 49 from 49 balls. You are drawing 7 balls and you can check 6, and then you again are drawing 49 balls. There will be different, but your ticket has still the same numbers. And also in Slovakia is very similar, and this is because these two countries had the same lottery before they were split one from the other. So that's this scenario, and you can play these lotteries if you live in these countries. So these are all the mandatory parameters. Then it's just informational parameters, and this is number of lots during week. It means how often the lottery is played during week. Sometimes the best is to have a lottery which is played only once a week. In most cases the lottery is played twice a week, and sometimes it's every day, so you put 7 and so on. And then you can set up to know where it's played, because mostly it's played 2 times a week. So then which day it's played during the week. So we have the first day, second and third day. So here if you put number 1, it means Monday, number 6 is Saturday, and so on. So you can put from number 1 to number 7. But if the lottery is played more often than 3 times, then just leave it empty. And as I said, it's only for your information, so I will not fill it here, so it's somehow relevant. And then the final thing is that you can fill in the statistics, and it means how often in the lottery each number was drawn. So it's some kind of accuracy in this lottery. So I have here there is a date of the statistic, and then for the first draw you can fill in from 1 to 100. So if we look here, this is here until 100, and then there is a second row, and again you can fill in the statistics for the second row numbers. There are some lotteries, so the maximum of numbers for the lottery is really 100, and there are no more, because in fact there doesn't exist lotteries with more than, as I saw maybe in Brazil, more than 99 balls. Maybe I see it here. So in Italy there is a 90 balls, and let's look down if I see something where is more. I don't see that. So let's say there are no more than 100 balls, so you can fill it in, and I'll come back to statistics a little bit later. It's not required to in order to run the gene and to get good generation. It's just for some your own comparison, but it doesn't influence your generations and your results or the best ways. It's mainly for observations and to looking how the generator is close to the real drawn numbers, or the generation, how the frequency is similar. So it is a supportive tool. So let's we have this my game here, and I'll make just at the end, let's if you want to make a new lottery, so for example Lotto 1 2, let's say, and you can make also presets for the forecast prediction in trade markets, also for the roulette games, which I plan to make a tutorial and to make some interesting stuff later on. So I'm trying to use this gene for generating numbers for roulette, which is run in real time. So there is really exciting and interesting thing to do, as the probability to win on the roulette is much higher than to win in the lottery. But this will be later this year, at least 1 or 2 video for this. So, and let's make it easy. We have only one draw. We have this 5 and 5 and 20 balls, and I'll just put here 0. So we will cross 5 numbers and 5 numbers will be drawn. So that's all you need to just fill in, and it's very simple really to make a new preset, and I'll show how this will be visible now in Gene 2.3 tab. So when we click activation, then you can select the game, and you can select now Mega Million. So you got index 2 and you have the parameters. Then you can select the My Game. So you see it has 2 drawing machines, and there are the parameters, and index is 0. And finally, if I scroll down, you see the new lottery preset, the Lotto 1 2, and it has the index 136, and this is 1 drawing machine, and here it is. So this is how to work with the game, how to select it, how to implement from the internet the game, and how to create your own new preset. So we are getting from the left more to the right, and now we are almost at the next section. But regarding the statistics, which I mentioned here, and again I'll go to Games tab, I'll delete this just to make it again quite clear, and I will empty that. And so here is the preset. There are the statistics, and just for the information, the statistics then are visible here in these 2 graphs, and you can see then the quality of the generator, and it says how close the generator is to the real generator of the lottery. But let's talk about it later when we start the generation, so you can be more familiar and you know how this works. So at this moment, as we've selected the language skin, now let's select the game, and the game we will keep the Powerball, and I'll need to little bit drink. So it's time to talk about the generators, and there are two types of them. We have generator number 1 and generator number 2. The generator number 1 is in Gene from the first version, Gene 2.0, and the generator number 2 is from the previous version, Gene 2.2. And if you select the generator number 1, it is a little bit more complex. It's not as fast in generator number 2, but it has its advantages and some other good things. For the generator number 1, you have to fill in the seed number 1 and seed number 2. Seed number 1 if this lottery has only one drawing machine. If the lottery has two drawing machines, you should fill both seeds 1 and 2. The same you have to do for swap numbers. And the swap also, if you have a lottery only with one drawing machine, you just need to fill in only the swap number 1. If you have two drawing machines like the Powerball, you should fill in also the swap number 2. And that's what you need to do. Also, it's important that the seed number 1 is different from seed number 2, and it should be the whole number. So let's say here we have number 22, and here we have 1, 1, 2, and it's also recommended that these swap numbers are also different. So this is like number that and like number this. And I see at this moment that the sun started to shine. So let me a little bit, I'll try to adjust the contrast right here. So I'll change it and I put down the contrast and hope it's now better. So the time is running and sun is moving on the sky. So at this moment we talked about the swap numbers, and this is needed to fill in only in case of generator number 1. And let's explain more about the seeds at this moment. So if I'll go to user guide, at first I go to generators. So we have the generator number 1 and generator number 2, which is, as I said, the new one. If I scroll down, so for generator number 1, you should fill these two, seed 1, seed 2. The last seed, there is no need to fill them in. The same is for the last swap numbers. So this is what you have to fill in. And I'll talk about the seeds and swaps later on, but they are then visible because based on them those numbers are generated. If I scroll down a little bit, if you select the generator number 2, there is no need to fill in these columns at all, and during the generation you will not see any numbers here during all the generation. So that's what is here, and I'll go to the parameters here, and what I want to make is here we go to parameters, and here you see the seed and swaps, which is described in this chapter, and this I mentioned here. And both generators are pseudo random generators. It means they are generated by computer and they are not using the real random generation, which should be connected with computer like a separate feature or device. Usually there are available on market random generator numbers where you can put it as a USB stick, and then this is the true random generator, and I plan in future to implement such real random number generators to test them and to play with them, but this is more complex and it's planned for the future. But here, if we use the generator number 1, there is some kind of algorithm where you need the swap number, which makes the initial, then there is a function for the seed and swap, and there are some special formulas which are giving you the random numbers, and this is valid for the draw number 1, and that's how this works. So I won't go in detail because it's not really needed, and I even do not remember all the formulas which I used, so they are implemented in the program. So this we spoke about the random number generator, and this generator number 1 has some kind of limited period. So if it's going too long, I would say more than 7 days, then it starts to repeat yourself. But the generator number 2 has unlimited period. It means that if you run it for months or whatever, how long you need, it will not repeat itself at all. But as this random generator number 2 does not repeat yourself, you cannot somehow to reproduce the wave from some point, which with the seeds you can. This is, as I mentioned, there is some advantage of the generator number 1. So for example, if you use the same numbers here for the next generation, you can replicate the generated numbers, and you can get, for example, if you got a too short wave and you need it longer, then it's good to use the generator number 1 to remember the last seeds, and you can use them again and you will get really exactly the same wave. So this is the basic difference between the generator number 1 and generator number 2, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, or some additional information how to change something and how to see this. But the most important primary settings is just to fill in these 4 numbers, which should be bigger than 0, and they should be as a whole number without any comma and some like this, for example. So this number is not allowed, and negative number is also not allowed, and if you do it, it will cause an error which you will see then in red. We talked about the generators. Now it's time to talk about to select the right rating. Let me explain the rating, how this works and what it's all about, and why it's good to use it and try different scenarios. So I rather show something at this moment in the user guide, so you better understand the purpose of the rating and what is their influence and the effect of the rating. So let's go to user guide here, and we spoke about the generators. So as you also see in the chapters, when I'm describing it, everything is in line with the content in the user guide. So we spoke about the languages, skins, games, generators. Now it's time to talk about the rating. So the initial idea is, if you draw, or if you have 3 matches, you have 3 drawing days, draw 1, 2 and 3, and you hit 3 balls in one draw, and you can have different case when you hit only 1 ball in each draw. And now you can, if we use the rating by average, which was in the initial Gene 2.0 release, then we got the same value. It means the average from these 3 draws, it was 3 plus 0 plus 0 was 3 divided by amount of draws, divided 3 divided by 3, you get 1. But if you get 1 number in each draw, also the sum was 3, but the average 3 divided by 3 was also 3. But now the question is, what is more valuable? What has more value? And in my case, or it's harder to reach or get 3 numbers than to get only 1 number in each draw. And even with 1 number in 1 draw, you win nothing basically. But with 3 matches in 1 draw, you have chance to win some middle prize. And that's all about the probability. So it's less probable to have more matches in 1 draw than less matches in different draws. So this is what I wanted to make with the rating. It means that with the changing the rating, you can change the value of more hits, and there are some trends how to change it. So I'll try to scroll down. So you can select the evaluation methods, and you can select where you have the absolute values. It means if you get this value, this is then the average is the absolute value. But you can recalculate to percentage. So in this case, 1 from the total is not 100, but it's some percentage. It's maybe, if you have from 5, I would say 25% of hits. Yes, so you can choose from 6 rating methods, and you can decide if you want to see them in absolute value or in percentage value. So these are the same, but there are just this difference. And then these 6 methods are, so you can evaluate by average, by square, it's x on 2, by exponential is e on x, by factorial, by power x on x, and by the probability. So these are the same methods, and let's now see what is the influence. I'll jump because there are all the chapters for each rating. So you have from average, and everything is explained in detail, but I'll go directly to comparison to see the difference. So let's see that you have drawn numbers, and they are compared with already existing numbers, or the generated numbers are compared with the drawn numbers, and you have here the number of matches. It means, for example, for as this output, you have this output, you have 5 drawn days, and there you got 1 hit. then in the third day you get 2 hits, 3 hits and 4 hits. And now you can see how this makes difference in by selecting the rating. Now if we have the rating and there are the values in absolute and there are values in the percentage. So if we have 1 hit, by average we have value just 1. If we have 4 hits, by average we have value just 4. But as I said, is it really just 4 hits? Is it equal to 4? And I don't think so. It's so then you can make it a little bit harder, but not as much. So in this case, if you select by square, then if you have 1 hit, squared, it's just 1. But if you got 2 hits and you square it, it's 2 on 2 is 4. And then 4 on 4 is 16. So you are giving the value 16. And then if you made the average, you got the total value number 6. In this case, by square it's at 6 and by average is only 2. And you can continue. So selecting this method down, you are getting more value. So let's say the factorial, you get 24 with the x on x, the power x powered by x, it's 256. And the most appropriate and most relevant rating is by the probability, and it says how probable is to hit, for example, for numbers. And if you hit for example 0, it has also some probability, but if you hit one number, you got value 62 to hit one number. But to hit 4 numbers is much more difficult, and you get the value 2255, and the total value of these all hits is 483. So you are really getting more value if you get more hits in the same draw. So this is the most tough rating by probability. And then it's upside down when you use the rating shown in percentage. So if you just use it by average, it gives you that you have chance, you got 40% of all the hits. So it looks quite optimistic, but the reality is seen here. So these hits is just you got less than 1% of the generator was capable to get. And if the generator, so you see, to hit all the numbers, it's not just to get 60% and to get 100, you need to get still 99% if you have all the hits, which can equal to 5, if there will be all the 5s. So it's you see, it's much harder. So this is why it's needed the generator have time to run and to get much better value. So depending on what you need and you can test, you can really select from the average value to the probability value. And you can see here by average is much smaller, or it's softer, and this is much harder here. So this is how I explained the rating by average to the probability. And then it's up to you to play with this and to try this. So I'll come back here to rating, and for now that you can see the values and you can understand them very clearly, I will just choose rating by average in absolute values. So I will not use this by percentage here. So this is how it's done right here, and this is all about the rating. There is also specific tutorial, but you can have it here all in one video, and as I mentioned, everything will be divided into chapters so you can jump or skip other sections. After the rating, then you need to select the mode for drawing machine number 1 and drawing machine number 2, or precisely generator number 1 and generator number 2. Generator, the mode for number 1 is relevant for the drawing machine and generator number 1, and this is for number 2. And you can select mode A or B for generator number 1 and mode A and B or B for generator number 2. So this is what you can do, and now let's explain the difference between mode A and B. And as it goes, then these modes are in chapter 4.7, so I can split it here, and this is for the draw number 1, draw number 2, as I explained. Then when the output boxes are printed, you can see that the mode then is, you can see which mode was used. Here, for example, is AA, and when I scroll down, the mode A works in the way like a real lottery, so it's most appropriate to use mostly the mode A. It has the algorithm that it really simulates the real lottery. It means if the drawing machine contains 6 balls and 1 ball is drawn, then the ball disappears. It means there is no ball number 3 present. If you draw 2 balls, then there are these balls are not present. So for the next loop, you cannot draw number 3 here, and for the number 5. So you can see that you were able to draw only from these from these 4 balls, and the number 1 was drawn. So it really corresponds to a real lottery, so no number can repeat itself, and for that is designed special algorithm inside of the gene, so it really simulates the behavior that these balls are disappearing from the drawing machine. And then there is a drawing the mode B, and this mode B is faster than mode A because this algorithm isn't so complex and difficult, so the speed is faster, but it is very close to real lottery. But there are some exceptions, and one thing I need to mention. So if you have the drawing machine with 6 balls and you draw 1, it still have the 6 balls, so you can still draw again in the second loop number 3, but the gene is able to recognize it when the same number is drawn in the one drawing loop. So then the number is excluded and the generation is repeated, so you should get another number. So you can see how evident it is that it's not so close to real lottery, but it still works, so it won't give you any wrong data or any wrong numbers or repeated numbers, and it's faster. So that's the mode B. And if I show that here, there is a code in the output box, you can then see the number of rewinds. It's here. If you select the mode AA, it will always be 0, but if you select the B and B, there you can see the number of rewinds, so it tells you how good the generation was for your prediction. So if there you will see zeros again in using mode B, then it's still good to use these generated numbers for the ticket, and this is really good to use it because the chance that you will in one draw to generate the same numbers is very small, so the number of rewrites will be very small, especially with lotteries, which has I don't know, some amount of numbers bigger than 30, but there are some lotteries like pig and cash lotteries which has only 10 balls, so there the probability to hit the same numbers is higher. So in this case it's better to use this mode A. And that's about the modes. Well, I'll go back to Gene, and for now it's good to keep the mode A for the first draw and mode A for the second draw. Then we continue with next feature called chaos and order, and this allows you to decide if you will take care of the order in which the numbers are drawn or not. But please keep in mind, if you decide to take care about the order in which the numbers are drawn, you should also have to know or to have this order of numbers in which are drawn, because not all the lottery companies are providing the list of numbers in the order in which they were drawn. Usually it's provided in the order from the smallest to the biggest number. Yes, so really you have to know if you have the right file or you know the order. So until the Gene 2.3 we didn't care about the order at all. There was no feature for that. We just were caring if the number was matched with generator or not. Now we can consider the order, and you can do it in this tool, and that's called chaos and order. So if we leave it like it is, we do not care about the order, and it's still the same like in the previous version of the Gene. But if you cross this, then you take care about the order, and if the number is matched but not drawn in the right order, then it's not considered to your evaluation. It's like to hit nothing. And so this is the first parameter, so you can easily decide between ordered and disordered. And also you can adjust the secondary feature or value. It means if I leave it disordered, I can add some value from 0 to 100 of the ordered numbers. It means if you between these disordered numbers you have some numbers which were drawn in the right order, then you can give them some extra value, so it's more highlighted, and you are giving more value to this. And the same you can do in the, if you decide the numbers shall be ordered, but you have in between them some numbers which were hit but not drawn in the right order. So in this case you will not give them any value. It means if there will be other numbers but not drawn in the right order, then their value will be 0. But if you put them some value, for example 50%, in this case if you hit two numbers but not drawn in the right order, you will give them like value 1. Yeah, so it's 50% from 2, and you can also have 100%. So let's have it like it is, and I don't know at this moment, but maybe I will do today 2 generations just to distinguish between the ordered and disordered generation, because there are some differences in the results. And I'll keep it like it is because it's also better for this to have a special tutorial just dedicated to chaos and order function, so it's more deeper. But in this case it's only what you need to do, and I'll keep at this moment let's keep it disordered as it's in most cases standard, and then I'll show you when it's ordered. I will not give there some extra value. This I would rather repeat in the detailed extra tutorial. So this is what we have here, and this is still the primary settings. If we continue with the primary settings, then we can go now in the middle section. So at this moment, what we need to fill in and to take care about is the pulse length, and the pulse length is just filled in with one parameter, and then it's visible in the pulse graph here. And I'll go to user guide to talk about the pulse. So let's find the right chapter, and I hope I'll find it here, and I think it's in the beginning. And so let's see. So we have the primary settings, but there is only in the simple way, so we should find it in the section. So we spoke about the chaos and order, and I'll return to this. So that's what I've shown here, but I will talk about this later even. And when I'm talking, so we have the settings section right here, monitoring section. Okay, that's what we display, but let's say I need to find, and it's hidden here, the generator we have it here. So okay, I'll be able to find it, I hope, in fast, but I don't know. Let's make to help. Yes, so okay, it's in the 4.1. Yeah, so this is hidden here. Yeah, the monitoring. So we have here the pulse, and now to show everything how this works. So basically there are several things to show. So at first the pulse is here, where you can activate and deactivate the pulse, and I'll show during generation how this works. But for the settings, we can set up the bar here. So this is on and off. Then we can set up the minimum value which can be displayed, and finally is the maximum amplitude is automatically adjusted during the setup. So let's make it clear for you. So in this case, the first is what you should set up is the length, how many pulses will be shown during generation. So it can be basically from 1 to what you need, and it shows, in fact, when you do not use the filter, it's not needed to use the pulse function, but when there is a filter, you can see how far the generator is capable to get and to get over the gene, so over the filter I mean. So it means you can just set up the length here, and then it's visible in this graph. So if you have this pulse length, then you have 8 pulses visible, so it's some kind of pulse, but there is a, in real time the pulse is running. The pulse is, it's called because it's similar to beating heart. Yeah, if you have this in the hospital on the graph, so it's jumping up and down based on how far you get. And to see how far you get is, you can get basically, if you have the number of drawn numbers of previous draws, it's in this case is, for example, 3 and then future, so it shows how far it can go. So if it's is not able to get over the second draw, it's just pulsing between the first and second draw, and so on. So if you make tough filter in the third draw, then it will not get over. But all I'll show later when the generation is running, because it's still not as clear as is needed. So we just set up the length to see how long it is, and then the minimum length, if there is a pulse length 1, this is the minimum, then it's just jumping without any trace of history here. So this is pulse length, and I will talk about it later, but for now we just can activate it, or I'll activate it during the generation, but let's put number 10 here. Then I'll talk about the record function. The record function has its own bar here, and you can again activate it and deactivate it, and also it has parameters for the record count of X rows and count of Y rows. It basically says how big field we will create to record the generation. So it can be really bigger, but there are limits which are given by Excel itself, and all is described in the user guide. So at this moment we fill in some numbers like 10 and 10, and I'll talk a little bit about the record function here from user guide, and I'll come back to this during the generation. So we have the record here, and you see that you can make it on and off. Then there is a scroll bar which you can put the minimum maximum value, and this is basically to see the pulse function, which is also visible in the record function, and I'll show how this works. Then you can set up or basically you can reset it, and there is also maximum lower peak. It's also relevant to the pulse function, but it's better to see it in real time. Then you can choose between 3 options, and there are how the values are recorded. So let's go down, and if we have option number 1 to record, we are recording everything. So we are recording the pulse, all results, printed and top results are recorded. If we select option number 2, then all results are recorded, then printed and top results are recorded. So here you can see the blue is pulse, then all results, the best results, the printed are the triangles, the red triangles, and the best results are the green triangles. And if I go a little bit out, so you can see here is the pulse recorded, then all results recorded here, then is the printed results, then top results, and it is also start of recording. So this is all what you can see here. And if you switch to the option number 3, then only the top results and the printed results are recorded. So it's less consuming the data, and it's probably basically better option to record in this way, so you can see the patterns, and if there is some period which is repeated when the best results are printed and recorded. So this is how the record function works. And now, just as I mentioned about the settings, which we are still in primary settings, what is important is that you have some limit for X rows, so you cannot have more than 2700 or 42, depends on which Excel you are using. Sometimes it does not allow you more than 42. So this is one limit which you should consider here, and if you get over or you get some error, you should reduce it to smaller value. Then for the Y rows, the limit is much higher, so it's I think more than 1 million draws. So this is how to make the settings, and I spoke a little bit about that. Here is the record graph, and here is this bar, so we put just 10 not to take so much time. As we move forward, on more right, here is count of previous draws or lots. It means the number of drawing days which is from past and which we want to compare our generation. So you can have it from 1 to the whole history of the lotteries, so there are no limit. It can be 1000, it can be as long as the lottery is living. And I basically recommend the minimum to use is 3, the optimum is about 10, and I also often use or trying to use the whole history. For today, as to save some time, we use just 3 previous draws, and I'll spoke about it a little bit, just show it what it means. If we do the primary settings here, and I'll go maybe, yeah, I'll go to results, and here it is. So we have the previous best, so it is 1, 2, 3. It means how many previous draws we used. So this is, here is more evident. So here we have the past, and this is what we are filling in. So we will get input box with 3 previous draws which we should fill in, and the generator will generate 3 previous draws numbers to compare them with, and then it generates for the future. So at this moment it corresponds, we have 3 previous draws, and this is what we get. And then the count of future lots is, it can be 0, and if I put 0 here, then we get only, do not worry to put 0 here, because then we get this first one prediction, and only the F column will be printed. So when it's compared, the generator, then it generates the numbers for your ticket. But you can make it longer predictions, so you can have really good wave, so you don't need only one predictions, but you want to have some predictions for further future, so P1 to Pn. And this is the second parameter. If I put here 2, then we get extra predictions from 1 to 2, yeah, and this is the future prediction, and this is 1 and 2. So this is all we have, and as I said, we can make it longer. But now we put number 2. I spoke about the seed as it was needed to fill in when you were selecting the generator number 1. If you have generator number 2, just delete it. This one you don't need to fill in, and this one as well. And then we have parameter, and this is recuperation. That's better for now. I'll show it during the generation also, but for now it's better to look again to user guide and to find the recuperation. It should be in the function list, and let's say it's I will try to use so this is in the 4 and 9. Let's say it is in the section of parameters, and here we have the recuperation like that. So there is dedicated chapter, and if you put 0, the recuperation is disabled. If there is a number bigger than 0, it's enabled. The minimum is 1 and the maximum is the count of previous lots plus the future lots. So you can recuperate basically the whole generation, and you will not lose anything. If you make it bigger, then it's automatically cut it to R max, and you don't need to worry about it. So usually when I use recuperation, I'll make it the count of previous and future lots. In this case, if you look here, the optimum is to put the recuperation number 5, and I'm using that often, and I'll tell you why right now. So if I scroll down, here is how this works. If the recuperation is just number 1 is equal to 1, and you can see that in user guide when you open it, then when these numbers are drawn in chain like I'm showing here, and I need a new generation, then the last is taken and is used for the first generation, and then new numbers are generated. If the recuperation is equal number 3, then when I get to the end, I'll take all these 3 when I need to make a new generation, and all these 3 are taken and moved to position number 1, so it's moved here like the arrows are here. And then you are comparing, let's say you are comparing these numbers which were drawn here with the first drawing day, these two have first second drawing day. So it means that you are not wasting the generating numbers, and you are still more comparing them with the drawn numbers from the lottery. If this is equal to max, in this case is equal to 5, which we gave here, this 3 plus 2, and it's evident why it doesn't make sense to make it bigger and why it's cut it. The reason is, so we have this assume number 5, and in this picture is really very clear. So when we put the number, the max number, which is the 5, then all these 5 columns are taken and moved to the beginning. It means, so when we compare these numbers 2, 3 and 4, and we compare them with the drawn numbers, then from these numbers which were compared with the second draw now will be compared with the first draw if there is some more matches, and the same will happen with all the upcoming draws, and finally only the next empty will be generated, empty column will be generated, new numbers. And in this case, if this is filled in, then again this circle is repeated. So we are in the chain chain of generated numbers, we are like moving a film strip and just one window, and again comparing every drawing day, again one, and still comparing if there are some matches. So it's also about to not miss great waves which are hidden in this generated chain of all these random number. So that's why I recommend to use the recuperation all the time and to use most potential from these generated things. Just one more thing, but it's better to see some detailed tutorial about the recuperation which already exists, is when it didn't pass the filter, so the generation is ended, for example here, then it's only the part is taken here and then the next is generated. So it also works with the filter and all the stuff. So I think for now that's all about the recuperation. Let's talk about the number of results, which is also very important parameter for you. It can be in fact 0, but to give some sense to it, you should make at least one output results. But there are some nuances and differences with this number, and there is some relation. And let's show the results in output boxes. So this is number of results, and as I said, if you put it number 0, then no result box is printed, so it will be really empty. The generator will run, but you see nothing and it's for nothing. Maybe you find some other reason, but I'm not sure. But when you put number 1, then 2 result boxes are printed, and so on. It's increased, and I'll tell you why. So there are some scenarios. So if you have a number of results 0 and the display, so then no boxes are printed. But if you put number 0 and then the display is crossed, I mean the display here, which is for the online monitoring. So if you have 0 here and nothing here, no boxes are printed. But if you cross this, you will have only one output box printed. But this output box will be this online monitoring. It means that you will see the generation in chain, how this goes in real time, but it won't produce any results for you. You will just see how it's running, but it's like to start the car without any gear level engaged. Then if you put 1 but the display is off, then 2 output boxes are printed, and the first output box will always show the top best results from the whole generation, and the second output box always show the last printed results. So in this case, these 2 boxes will have still the same values, because the last printed is always the best result, and so then it show here. If I put even cross number 1 and display is checked, then I get extra box for the monitoring. So this you get then 3 output boxes. And for example, which I use more often, if you have 3 output boxes, then you get 3 output boxes with the top results, no display, so there is no. But in most scenarios I use, for example, 3 or 10 output boxes, also this display I want to see. So in this case I get the monitoring, the top results, and then the 3 output boxes. So I think based on this you be able to understand how the output boxes works, and you can always come back to this chapter in the user guide. But at this moment I'll keep here number 3 and I'll make it checked, so we can have the online output box as well, as I have the chance to make explanations to you. Then we got almost to the end of the primary settings, because when you do the primary settings, then you cannot change it afterwards. You can do only secondary settings, but during that it's not possible to change everything you did in these primary settings. And then we are in the display sections, and here is the online monitoring. It shows what you want to see in real time and what not, so you can decide, and I'll come back to this later and I'll talk about it. But then during you don't need to care about this right now, because this can be easily changed, activated and deactivated during the generation, and it's really no problem. But then here we have the fixed parameters, because when you print the output boxes, you want to store some parameters of your generation. So you want to need how many there is that you are storing the draws. This is automatically always stored, because without this it doesn't make sense. So it will always print the generated numbers, which I show later. Then it will always store the number of hits. It means if you have 2 hits, you will get number 2. Then it shows the value of these hits based on the rating I mentioned here. This basically the hit in average. If you have 2 hits, then the value will be 2, but if you make it by square, the 2 hits is equal to 4, and so on. So you can really see the value of the hits. Then what is permanent here is the rewind. It means the number of rewinds, so you can see how good the generation was, as I mentioned, if in case you select the mode B, where the number of rewinds can change from 0 to a higher number. In case of mode A, it still will be with the 0 rewinds here. Before I move on, I'll still again change the illumination, because again the sun is not shining right now, so I don't want to be in dark here. And we continue. I hope this video will not be interrupted during my recording, because it's really a lot of talking right now. And so now we have the optional parameters, and this is number of cycles, time, how long it's running. It means if you run it for 2 hours, so you see that this result was printed in time 2 hours. Then date, and sorry, the time is what time and date it was printed. It means at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning. And then the duration, it is what I mean by how long it was running before getting this result. Then you will get a seed number 1 and 2 in case you are using the generator number 1, which we use here, and I'll show what you see. Then you can print the quality for draw 1, quality for draw 2, and finally the proof function, which I'll talk about later. I cross all of them for now, that we can talk about them and you can see how they look here. And the quality is related to this quality, which is calculated based on the frequency, how often the number is drawn and generated. And let's talk about this during the generation. So I cross all of them, and I'll go before finishing the settings, I'll go to user guide, and let's I think see that in the results. So these are what I mentioned here, and let's So we have the output boxes where are the numbers generated. We have some head here, we have the draws, then there's the fixed information and optional information. And if I go here, so this is the draws, the fixed information and optional information is right here. And so if you will not cross anything here, this will not be printed at all and you will not have the information. But it's, I think, quite good to have it, because it's good to know how long it took to get this good wave, or in what time and which date, so you can distinguish between the output boxes. You can also see how many circles were done to get this generation, like here. I'll go also to display, where it's where is the monitoring section. So it's also explained the same way. So we have the draws, fixed info, which you cannot adjust for printing, and here is the optional information. There is one picture that shows, I hope I found it, but there is maybe I'll get into that picture a little bit later or somewhere else. Let me see if this is yeah, here it is, because there is some, it's more now more clear here. So I'll talk about it when we speak about the output boxes, but because this is good to understand that. But here you see that you have the draws, which are these drawn numbers. Then there is the fixed information from hit to rewind. So this is this section with 3 lines. And finally we have the optional information where you cross this, and you have these 6 lines here. If you cross also the quality right here, then you get this quality mark here. If not, there will be off sign. And finally, if you cross here the proof, then you have the value of the proof, which I will discuss in detail later, but you have it here in this green square. And also you get the extra table to see how the proof function works and what results it has. That is the primary settings, which determines how the output boxes and the whole interface will look. And I suppose I didn't forget right now. So at this moment it's 1 hour and 42 minutes, and we just spoke about the primary settings. But as I went through the detail, I think all should be now a little bit clear, so you understand better the interface and the display. I'll leave check so we can see everything I discussed right now. And let's start the settings. So you can see that the parameters of the lottery were checked and they are all correct, so it's marked by green color. Then also the parameters for pulse and recording are correct, so they are marked by green colors, and other parameters are marked too. What I forgot to mention are the row and column, and this is parameter which should determine and which determines in which position the input and output boxes are printed. So this is some kind of starting point, and you see here the starting point is right here. So we have a second column, that is the second column, and 29th row, the line. If you make it smaller than 27 or 28, I think, then it will cause an error because it will be hidden below this interface. So this is the position, and you can change the position. It can be right here by changing these numbers, and usually in most cases it's recommended to keep this 29 and 2, so you have it right here in the beginning. And I'll just jump briefly into the user guide just to see there were the parameters. So there are all of them described, but you can see here these are the coordinates for y and x column, and I think there is mentioned the limit, or maybe not, but anyway it has some limit, and if it won't be correct then it's marked by red if it will be too small. For example, you cannot use 0 here. So we went through the primary settings, and after applying them we click the settings and it's now frozen. You cannot change the language, skin, game, anything from these. You cannot change these parameters as all of them are frozen. So that's what we were able to do, and now it's time for secondary settings. And before I move on in the secondary settings, I will just describe what was printed. So at first the filter box was printed with the upper and lower filter. Then we have the twister box for twister function, and this will be always printed. Further, we printed the input box where we should fill in the drawn numbers from the past. In our case, we should fill in the last 3 drawn numbers from last 3 drawn days, and I'll show it later on. So this is the input box to fill it in only the history. So this section you just need to fill before to run the generation. And then we have and I'll make it a little bit smaller. Then we have the output boxes where are the numbers generated and from where you can select the right number. The first output box, as I described before, is the monitoring, as it was crossed and it's marked by M. You can see it right here. So this is monitoring, and you can see here how the numbers are drawn in chain in real time and how it's working. Then the second output box is the output box with the best result, and this is marked by exclamation sign. You will see later when the generator is running. And then there are 3 output boxes to store the last best result. So we get, for example, first result, second and third. If we get 4, then the first result is overwritten, and then there is a 4th result, 5th result, and if I make it smaller, it goes still in the circle, so it's always overwritten by the best results. So if you want to keep a longer history of the best results, for example 10 last results, so then you can make it a bigger right here to use number 10, for example. And that's about the printing the interface. And finally you have, if this was crossed, which was, you have the table for proof function printed as well. If it won't be crossed, it won't be printed right here. You can also see that the output boxes has the draw info, then it has the fixed information, these 3 lines, and then here is the optional info, which is printed here as well. All works as expected, and let's talk about the primary setting first, and then we can probably be able to start the generation and to talk about it, how this works and what are the results. And there will be a lot of things which are running and which we can change during the generation. So I hope I will not forget anything, and as I said, I'd rather repeat something twice than to forget it. So I'll take a drink again and we move to secondary settings, which is also described in the user guide clearly, but here you have it everything in one stream, so you can just watch and follow me during my talk. So at first let's talk about the filter input box. We can start with the lower filter, and it gives to generation some obstructions to get them over, so you will have some stronger waves, especially at the end of the generation. So you see how this works. So let's say I put number 1 here for the second draw. I'm not in the filter, so I'll put number 1 here on the second draw and number 2 for the third draw. And it simply means that to get the generator, as it generates in chain, and if it goes to second draw, compare it generates here, but if it go, you should have at least one match with the draw numbers from lottery to get to the third draw. If you will not get one match, it will not pass the filter and it will start again from the first draw. And to pass the filter in the third column and third drawing day, you should get here at least 2 matches. So then it will generate the numbers for the prediction, the future, and then for the prediction P1 and P2. When it goes there, then it goes back in chain and it again generates numbers for the first, second, third draw and further for these predictions. If the result is then good, then it's printed, and if we get a result better than the previous one, then it's printed again and it's shown as the best result. So it goes in a chain, but let's talk about it later and I'll show something more during that generation. But we started with the filter right here, and we have now also the upper filter, and it's about that you can form the wave you really need into shape which is repeatable or which is good for the winning. So at this case I might need to make the gene weak in the beginning and strong in the end. So at this moment, if I put number 4, then if you get in the beginning more than 2 matches, then it will not pass the filter and it will generate a new wave. And you can see clearly how you can form the wave. So you can basically, you can just to squeeze between the walls to get over this, and when you get over, you almost won and you got the result printed. And it can be only overwritten when you get a new better results which were capable to get through the filter walls. There are some things which I need to show. So the worst or the most difficult is, or the precision you can do is like this. If I put number 2 here, I put number 5, and now I put number 4. In this case, the lower wall touches the upper wall, and to pass the filter you must have exactly 2 matches. Here you should get just one match. If you get less or more, you will not pass the filter. And the same is with the third column. If you make it bigger, like overlap right here, so it's somehow you are not able to pass the filter at all. And if I click start, it causes an error. So in this case, it's not correct. If I'll make it, for example, I'll delete this and I'll make it bigger than the amount of possible draw numbers. In this case, if you make this for the first draw, you are drawing 5 numbers and 1 number here, so you can have in total 6 matches. So you can put it to 6. If I'll click 6, then make start, everything is okay, but to pass the filter you should have 6 matches here. If I put 6 number here and I click OK or start, it's also okay here. So you should have here in this case 0 matches to pass the filter. If you have 1, you will not pass it. So I'll come back here, and this is what you can have. If I put here number 7, it causes an error, so it's higher and it also doesn't make sense. So somehow the gene is protected and it does not allow you to make errors during the primary and the secondary settings. So we spoke about the filter right now, and let's make it in some easier way for today's generation. If I click start, so all is correct. We had the lower and upper filter settings, and you can see them directly in the hit graph. So there is some visualization to see it clearly. So that's about the filter. I might go to user guide because all is described also here. And let's see where we have the filter. So here is the double filter, and as I described, which belongs to what, and there are also some differences between the chaos and order and how the values are represented, but I'll talk about it later on. Here is the most difficult scenario, or how you can shape the wave exactly, and you can see that we have 3 touching points, like 1, 3 and 2, and if you get it, then you'll get the wave exactly like here. So you can really see how you can form the wave in that. And now let's talk about the twister. Here we have the twister, and to activate the twister you just need to, for particular column, you just need to fill number 1. Let's say I'll put number 1 here and here, and then the twister is represented in hit graph by the black dot in the column number 1. If I put here the number 0, then it's visible here. So if you do not want to activate the twister, leave it 0 or empty. It's not activated. In this case, we are activating the twister for the first and second draw, and it changes the generation upside down, mainly the evaluation. It means if you have here, for example, 6 hits, then the twister changes to 0. So I want to say to generator or to gene that here, if there will be strong results, I want to make them to reduce the value. So I'm saying I don't want these results. And in the case, I also, if there is a 0 matches, then I'll give it to this the maximum value, and all you will see in the generation. So let's keep just one to be twisted right here, so we will not make it so tough at this moment. And that's about the filter. I'll jump to the user guide about the twister, I mean, and here is what I explained. So if you put number 1, you activate this, and empty, it's not activated. And you can see here that if I have the hits and I have 0 hits, I got the maximum value 6 as it's twisted. The same is here. It's not applied on the third, so if I have 3 hits, it will stay, the value will stay 3. So that's about the twister basically. And let's now insert or talk about the input box. About the twister I'll talk later when the generation is running, and I'll get to more detail so it's more evident. Now it's still about the secondary settings. So we continue before we really can click the start button, and since that we understand everything from the primary and secondary settings. So at this moment you can see when I click the start button, all is red here because it's not allowed to have it the empty, because then the generator doesn't know to which drone numbers to compare its generation. So in this case it also cannot be 0, it should be from 1 to maximum 100. And now what you need to do is to have the drawn numbers from the previous drawing days of your lottery. In our case this is the Powerball lottery, which has the 69 numbers and 26 numbers for the second drawing. And I'll usually go to the internet and go to the powerball.com, or you can go to your another lottery, and let's go to the previous results. So here we have the previous results, and as we have the 3 drawing days, we should use the last 3 drawing days from the 29th of March, 31st of March and 2nd of April. And you can see this is 5 numbers from the first drawing machine and 1 number from the second drawing machine. I'll just jump here. So we have this March the 29th of March, and now I'll make it smaller so it gets like here. And there are 2 ways. At first I can write it by hand, and as you see, that's why we do not care about the order right here, because these numbers are not shown in the order in which were drawn, but they are shown from the smallest to the biggest value. So that's why you have to be careful if you have the available data in the order drawn or not. So I will write them by hand. And 63, 61, so that is the first draw, and here is from 1 to 5 numbers, and then there is a second draw column from that, and there is only 1 number drawn, so it is number 2. If I click start, you can see that it was checked and it's already correct. It's within the range 69 basically, and within the range 26, and it's bigger than 0, and no number is repeated. If I make a mistake and I put number 11 here, so two same numbers, and click start, I'll get an error. So there cannot be two same numbers. Let's correct it back. And well, so see, the check was passed, and that was the 29th of March. Then we have the March of 39, and sometimes it's possible that you take the numbers here and you can paste it directly, so like this. So I have from 12 to 64 and then number 25. So it is the faster way. And finally, the last drawing day was on the 2nd of April, and I'll copy this by Ctrl C, and using, I'm not using, you can use Ctrl V, but sometimes it's better to use this, that it will match the formatting of your gene. So now all these numbers are filled in, and this is the past. You cannot fill the future because it doesn't exist, and even the predictions. So that's all you needed to know. And I'll extend this the gene interface just for understanding, and I'll talk about it in the second part of this tutorial. And this is, if you see it right here, this is for comparison. So when some numbers are already drawn, you can then compare them with the predictions done by the generator, by the gene. And the same you can do for the prediction number 1, prediction number 2, and if you have more, for sure you can do it for other predictions. It's called the comparison function, and it's then related to compare button, which is available only after the generation. So now it's not part of the secondary settings. And let me check if all is fine before I start the generation. And yeah, so all is done here. We went through all the interface, and now we are ready to start to generation. Just click start. And when you click start, all is now running and visible. You can pause it. It's like a music player, so you can pause and continue and pause, and you can also end it, the generation. But I will pause it for a while. Maybe I can run it a little bit. I don't know exactly where to start, but maybe it would be better to at first to talk about how the generation runs. So if we put continue, then you can see this is the monitoring output box, and it is showing the generation in a real time. And you can see that it goes from left to right in chain like this. And it's when it passes the filter, then it also generates number for this. If the filter isn't passed, which is not every time, then the numbers are not changed. For example, if I delete this, you can see it still didn't pass the filter in column number 3. Yeah, it's still trying, but didn't pass. When it's passed, it also make the predictions and future lots. I will pause it for a while right here, because this is quite important part to really understand what's going on and what the gene is doing for you right here. So I'll go to gene, and here is a chapter number 3 and the purpose, and here is the principle. So you can, the principle, I make it a little bit or I can keep it in this size. So every week the lottery generates, you can imagine, the one day it generates these numbers, the second day it generates other numbers, and you have some history of 5 days. It might be 5 weeks if the lottery is played just once a week. And then I run the generator, and it works in the way that it generates the number in chain, like you have seen in the gene in the real time. So it generates numbers for the first draw, or for the second draw, I mean the drawing day, the third, fourth, fifth, and we know the 5 days here, but we do not know the 6th day. And this is the power of the generator. When this generates the numbers, then it generates these numbers for 6th day. This is the future column, prediction, and finally it continues to generate for other days if it's set up. If not, if I just jump here, if we are ending here, it goes back and generates numbers right here. But as I said, or I made the settings, we did also for future days the predictions, and so it can continue and then return back. And so the generator is running in infinite loop, so it goes still in circle and in chain. But what the gene is capable to do, it compares the matches with the real drawn in lottery. So and I show it in one picture so you can see it more clearly. So the gene goes and then it compares if it has matches with the drawn numbers in the previous days, and we can see after some time it got a match with one ball, then it got no matches here, then it got 2 matches in the 4th day, and finally it made the prediction. So we get to make prediction, and to see how strong the prediction is, so we got one match here, and in total it is 1 plus 1, it's 5, but 5 days, so it's 5 divided by 5, the value is 1, and it's in this case also relevant to value rated by average. And so we got value 1. It can be after a few minutes, days, or maybe hours you get such a result. But when you leave the gene run for hours and days, you got a better situation when you are getting more matches and much better results. So in this case we got some free matches. Here we have even whole matches, the maximum the 5, and now we got the average by it's the free, so we higher the value, and you can see by the dashed curve, you can see the shape of the wave. It represents the amount of matches for each drawing day, and this is some kind of, let's say, the prediction. So the next future prediction or the drawing day will have, in the case of rating by average, free match numbers. So this is what we get, and after even thousands of millions of cycles, after running it for 4 and more days, the best scenario you can get that you get all the matches with all previous 5 days, and then the prediction for the day number 6 is very, very strong. But to get this wave is really very hard, and that's why you need the generator to be fast, and you need days to run the gene to get really it's stronger. So in this case the prediction is the average is getting 5, and the prediction is to get at least 4 or 5 numbers. If you use the rating by probability, you get also the 5, but if you use it with less, then you see that it's not as easy as it looks on this picture. So that's about the principle and how this works and how this is visible here. So when I run it again, and you can see it's running, and it goes, if I'll be able to make it slower, then it goes really in circle from left to the right, from past to the future, and then you are getting the predictions. So I pause it and let me explain. We got the input box, and every generation is compared with the input box. So when we look for the monitoring right here, we get with the input box, we got no matches in the first draw. Then we got one match right here, and this match is probably number, I do not see it right, it's number, maybe it's not overturned, but it should be one of these numbers. Let's run it. Well, it's more evident in the best output result, so I'll make it a little bit smaller that we can see it. And here we have two matches, and these are number, for example, number 12 is here present, what I see, and here we have also two matches. So let's explain again the output box. So as it goes in real time, and I'll have the generated numbers in chain, and when it passed the filter, all the generated numbers were in chain like this, and also with the future column prediction, and then the prediction number 1 and 2. So I make a little bit pause here. So I continue. I'll just adjust the lighting of the camera, so the sun is shining, and so I'll sometimes repeat myself. So it goes in chain. It means these numbers are generated, then these numbers are generated, and we got 0 matches here. If for the second row this is generated this number, then immediately this one, because there is only one drawn number and it's generated. So you cannot view that like this. It's generated directly after these are generated, but this is independent, as this is different of a machine from this generation. But in fact it goes like this as a time sequence. So this is the best output box. We have this monitoring, then best output box marked by exclamation sign here, and then we have the last printed results. If you look, we have result number 1, then we have result number 2, and we didn't get more than 2 best results. So in this case, as the gene wasn't running so long, we still have only 2 results, and the result, as this is the last best, is also printed in this output box as best result, marked by this exclamation sign. To describe the output box is in the way that, as I said, this is generated numbers for draw number 1, generated numbers for draw number 2. Then we get the amount of hits. It is in absolute value. It means you got 2 hits for the second drawing day and 2 hits for the third drawing day. Then you have the value of proof. This I will talk about it later, but this is value relevant if we have an average, which is in this case is average somehow is 1, then you get the value which is taken right here. That is, but let's talk about it later. Just you need to know that this is dedicated to proof function. Then we have a value of the hits, and this value depends on if the twister is used and what rating was used. So we used the twister for the first column and we use the rating by average. It means that if we look here, if we have number 0, then it's twisted, and by average the opposite number or the upside down value is the 0 is minimum, so the maximum is number 6, so you got value 6. If you have 2 hits, for example, then the opposite is 4, then you get 4, value 4, and so on. So based on that, it gives you the value. So for the 0 hits we got value 0, for 0 we got value 6. Then where the twister is not applied is for the second and third draw, and here is we have 2 hits, and by average we are still keeping 2. If you zoom this, and it's visible some here by the average, so this is 3.3 and 3. In this scenario, for the first draw we have a zoom is 9 divided by 3 is the average is 3, and you see why it's the best result, because it has higher value than the previous drawn day. So that's how this works, and we are giving a lot of value to twisted numbers, so you have to be quite careful about using the twister. Then if we go here, this is number of rewinds, which is visible here, and it's relevant for all generated columns. So in our case it's always 0, and for now the reason is because we use the A mode. In B mode maybe we might see some rewinds. For example, number 2, it says that it had 2 rewinds, and so on. That's the rewind value. Then you can see which generator is used, in our case generator number 1, and which mode was used for draw number 1 and 2. So we have G1 and mode A and A. It can be mode AB or BB or BA. So we selected, as you can see here, A and A. So it gives you all the information about the generated output. Furthermore, as we have the optional information, we have here the value in millions cycles. It means that we did not reach the million, because from that it's, for example, 1 million or billion cycles, and then you can have 2 billions and some value. So now we reach more than 9,000 cycles, and when it was printed, there is a time in which it was printed at 14 o'clock 59 minutes, and the date is the 5th of April 2025. So here is the year, this is the time, a number of cycles, and then the duration. So the generator was running only 1 minute and 37 seconds. And as you see, there is just 1 minute 30 seconds. So it's as the gene didn't pass in the monitoring section, it didn't pass the filter, then there are some older results, but it's not in the best output boxes where the time should be always the same or a little bit slightly bigger. Then we have the seeds, the last seeds, and that's what important to realize. So at this moment, about the duration, you can have here maximum 24 hours, but when you reach over the 24 hours, then it's now counted in days. So you can have here 3 days and 20 hours or so on. So this is the duration, and you know when the best result was printed and how much time it took. Then you can see the queue. It can be off, it can be activated like this, and it corresponds to the quality. If I make the interface, we have the measured quality of the random number generator is 32 for drawing machine number 1 and 29 for drawing machine number 2. And as I mentioned, it represents how close the frequency of generated numbers is, how close it is to generator, between the generator of the real lottery and the generator in the gene. So this is something for your comparison, and you can see based on this, if it's very close, you can decide that the results are good, and you might be more willing to buy the ticket. But as I mentioned, it doesn't influence the results. It's just for information that you can see the quality. And finally, what you can see, and in case of generator number 1, you will see the seeds for drawing seed 1 and seed 2, which were obtained to generate the sequence. So if I fill in these seeds, this one, and I put them here, then I can replicate the whole sequence, and I also can make it even longer. It means I can, if this will be very strong, then I'm interested to have prediction number 3, prediction number 4, so I can use this great wave for more predictions and for more weeks or drawing days. So this is the seed, and always you have the couple of seeds here. If the seed or the drawing machine number 2 is not present, then it will be empty because only one drawing machine is used. Then the same is equal for the quality. If the statistics in the preset is missing, then it will be always off because it's not capable to count the quality of the generation. So this is about the result, but let me still talk about them and about the hit graph. So when it's running, and I'll leave it running, you can see the red snake is moving, and the solid curve of the red snake represents the result of all matched numbers. In this scenario is all matched because it counts all matches and it doesn't care if they are in the right order or not. So that's the red snake. Then we have the green snake, and it shows the best result, and this best result, and this is the green solid curve, and as I mentioned, this is all the matches. So in this case we have 0, 2 and 2. So you can see we have 0, 2 and 2. Then there is also third type of result, and this is when it's printed when the gate is activated, because sometimes you might want to have results which are not the best one but very close to the best one. Then it's represented by the yellow color by default. It's not visible here, but I'll show it later when I talk about the gate option and parameter. But also what is important to see that it shows the number of matches for the first, second and third row, but there is also the dashed curve which shows from these matches how many of them are drawn in right order, and here it shows that in the second row, in the third drawing day, we have one match in the right order. And let's see which number it is. It should be quite evident, and in our case it is, yeah, here it is number 1, but for the first draw when we hit this number, it was, the order is evident, so there is no doubt about it. You can see also the red string is moving, the solid curve and the dashed curve. So the dashed curve represents these numbers in the right order, but this is at this moment, as these numbers are not placed there in the order in which were drawn, is a little bit misleading in this case, so it's just for information. For you, the most important is anyway the green curve showing how the waves looks and how the best result looks here. So that's what we talked about the results, and now what you need to do, because when you run it like this, it's then very slow, and I recommend, now I talk about the speed boost. So the most important is to switch off all the online monitoring. So if you do it like this, all these things will not be shown on the screen. So the red string is not moving, and the monitor output box, there are no numbers visible here, so it's like disabled, and only you are getting now the best results. If you look for the speed right here, you got around 10,000 cycles per second, and when you jump to node step, which is much better right here, then the node step is also used to store your numbers, or if you want to store them and keep them for the next generation. So this is something you can use here, but I will just want to show that when you disable the online monitoring and to switch to node step, you are getting speed nearly, I saw this 19,000 cycles per second. You can get over 20,000 cycles per second, and I saw that some of you even reach 55,000 cycles per second. And it mainly depends on the, if I go to task manager, it mainly depends on your CPU. So at this moment I have the base is 2.8 gigahertz. It now running 3.55 gigahertz, and only 38 of it is used. So there is still some reserve to have it higher. However, it is very close to this. So if you have even higher, or if you recalibrate your CPU, you can get much faster generation, or you have space to run other genes in the same time, for example for the pick and cache lotteries, which are using more than 2 drawing machines. So this is running right here, and you can see how the processor is really used, because the old generation is not running in the Excel itself, it's running on the background, and the Excel is used just for the visualization and to see the results. So that's about the speed, and you see we got now 24,000 cycles per second. So when I go back, in the meantime, you can see we got something more. So let's describe it, and I'll make it so we can see it on the on the whole screen. It's 120 size here, and there are more things to talk about. So first of all, we got much better result. We got the 4 hits in the second draw and 2 hits in the third draw. If we look for the best result, is it increased. We got the value 4 from 3, and we got 6. This is twisted, but 4 and 2. So it's now increasing, and we are getting better value at the end, and the wave now is much stronger. And to get this wave, it took now 5 minutes to have it here. So that's how this works right here. And now let's talk again from the left to the right to explain everything what you see here. So at first we have here the parameters of the generation, and you can switch off them right here and disabled. So there is a monitor section. First of all, you can switch it off, so it's not changing right here, but we will activate it here. And the first is counter, so it's counting the number of cycles, and it's also relevant to speed, like it's here. So at this moment we have more than 5 million cycles already done. And then when it's resetted, when we reach the billion, then it's resetted to 0, and 1 is, or milliards and billions, so it changes to 1, and then you have 0. So it's, you can imagine it like beside it. So I don't know if we reach it during this tutorial, probably not, but then you can see how many cycles the gene ran. If I do not want to see this value and increase maybe the speed, then I switch it off, and you can switch it on, and you see that it's changed. So you don't need basically to use it right here, but I leave it here. And then also you can change how often the number of cycles the counter will be refreshed. So if I do it on the right here, so you can see that it is generated every cycle. So it's now very slow, the speed is very slow. If I switch on the monitoring right here, maybe you can also see that it goes quite slow here, or in a slower manner. So it's not recommended to have it so often. Then so in this case I switch off again the online monitoring right here, and I make it in the way that it's not so often, so it's overwritten after every 100,000 cycles you get a new value. Now we have parameter with the speed. This is speed, it's the current speed, it's the real speed what we have, and you can see we got 11,000 cycles per second. If we do some operation, the speed is reduced to smaller value. For example, if I switch on again the monitoring, and then the speed is not refreshed, but if I make it again every time, then the speed should change to some value. Yeah, if we reach 1000, but let's say to reach 1000 really, yeah, you can see we reach it, and the speed is only 9,000 cycles per second. So this is how this works. Again, recommended to make it in higher value. And then we have a speed, average speed, which sorry, I a little bit mixed that because it didn't change, I don't know why. Let me again go back to standard speed. So every 1000 cycles it should change, and if I'll switch it off, yeah, so it's changing and you can see it's running. So at this moment, yeah, so the speed is, for example, 5000 was currently, so this is very slow. Then we have the average speed, and it's dropping down. The average speed, it's measuring speed from the beginning of the generation to the current point or to the end. It didn't consider when you pause it, so then it's not counting the speed. So it's only counting or measuring the speed when the gene is running. So at this moment it's running, and we have this average speed about 8000 cycles per second. Then here is the time. This is the time how long it's running. Now it's running for 13 minutes and 17 seconds, and it will, if we wait a little bit, then we can change. And if we go over 24 hours, then the below this slash sign, it gives you number of days. So we have 13 minutes 17 seconds. Let's see. So it should be adjusted more often, and it should change the time. So you have 14 minutes 35 seconds. So it's updated based on how many cycles we've reached. So that's about the time, and these are all the parameters. I can then switch them off completely by the monitoring. Then there is extra parameter, and it's called Autosave, and this is recommended to have it on, and maybe slightly reduce the amount how often it will be autosave, because when something happens and you are running the generator for several days or hours, and you don't want to lose it, and sometimes the computer can crash, or generator as well, then with the autosave you can easily recover the generation from the last saved point. So in this case, if I really make it smaller, something maybe even much really smaller, so now you can see that it's saved every 10,000 cycles. So now it's very often, so I'll reduce it. So, and here if the autosave is applied, you can see there is a date when it was saved, and there is a hour at 15 o'clock at 26 minutes. So this is the time and date when it's auto-saved. So this is really good to use. For sure you can save the generation using this, but this is possible only at the end of the generation. So that's wise to use the save. If I move further, so we spoke about the time, about the autosave, then there is the hit. There is a value of the hit, the best value, and which result it is. So this is, we have result number 4, and the value is 4. It's in quite strange number, but it's equal to 4. So it's giving you the value here, like you have the value 4. So that's the best result. The gate is here set to 4. You can change the gate with this scroll bar, and you can change it, and now you see what it's for. So if it's set to 4, then you can print only result which is higher than 4. I can set it to a little bit lower value. For example, sorry, that's not the, there is the gate, this one. You can see here is 100%, and I can set it to 99%. It's still equal to 4. But if I make it smaller, So then the gate should change, but it will refresh only when it's when there is a new result, I suppose, because now we have the gate 4. Let's make it really, I hope all is running and the time is good, but it's not or didn't change right here. We have only 1%. Because it changes when the value is 1% from 4 is just, I think, 0.4. So if you have very weak result, it should be printed, and as it's running, it's not giving me the right value. But let's wait a little bit, and I don't know at this moment what's going on, but I will jump to the user guide, and you see I can change the gate from 1 to 100%, and if I have some value 50, so for example here I have the gate setting, and I have a number, it's 50 times, only better if I have 100%, then 1 by 50, you should have 50% of the result. If I give it 1499, then 99 times 50 is 49.5%. I should get the result. And here, if I have just 1%, I need only 0.5 to have the value that it will be printed. But it's not, as I said, it's not recommended. But let's come back to, maybe I can just jump to monitor section and no, to the results. So this is when the result is printed based on the gate settings, but is not the best one. Is the last result, but not the best one. So that's then shown by the yellow curve. And I'll jump back to the generator, and it's running. Okay, I got an error, so something happened, and that's why it's not working right now. So in this case, I'll need to close. I don't save it. So here is the example when something happens in the, I have it stored. So let's open it again. Inserting Excel password. And we can continue from the last save point. So we click activation. Sorry, so I have to be a little bit more careful. I close it, and I open it again. So you can see now some troubles when you are using that, and it's good to show it in this tutorial, because this is everything what you can get into and what things you can meet. So at this moment, before that, I need to click transfer. So that's good to have it, so you can keep it. And I'll do this, and let's start it. So now it's running the generation, and it's the the autosave is too often here, so I'll make it a little bit less, not to be interrupted. Now it's running, and see if the gate will work for now. Yeah, it's now working. So there was some problem with the gene inside, as I did a lot of things. So at this moment it's really working, and you see when I'm changing the gate, I'm just saying if the best result has value number 4, you can print results which have a value which is a number 3.5, and so you can see, so there are 3.6, so this is already overwritten with other results which are strong, but as I did the settings, we are still keeping the best result with value 4. So this is how the gate works, and how you can store some results which are similar to best results, so you are not looking only for the best result. I recommend to be wise with this, so it's better to have something like 99 or 98%, so you have the results which are just 2% less than the best result. So you should get value number 3.9, then it's printed but not represented as best result. And now you see that we see it also, the yellow curve, and it represents the last printed results, where it's not as strong as the best result, but it's also printed. And that's, in this case, I see that as result number 24, 0, 3 and 2 matches. And let's see if this is 0, 3 and 2 matches. So you see how you can get an additional results. Just I'm not using that too much. Sometimes I use this 99%, so I wanted to have very similar waves with very high results, and after many days and hours you will really get very similar results with the same or similar value. So this is about not to lose good results which are similar, because sometimes you can get to the end, almost the generation, when the gene is not capable to get over the best result, and so these other very similar but maybe it might be better are excluded. So this is a way how to keep them included in this way. So I'll move it to 100%, and or maybe I can leave it just 99. Then there is a speed max and speed lim. It's just for information, it doesn't have any effect, but based on this you can see, especially this one, you can see how fast your gene can be when it's running correctly. So it's, in fact, this is the speed of your processor, and this is the speed dedicated for the gene. So this value should be a little bit closer to this value, so then it's the capability of your gene, how fast it can run. So when your gene is very slow and you don't know what to do, you can check this value which is not distorted, and it gives you how fast you can reach your generation. So then there is something else to do, something what you can play with or adjust. So these are these control parameters. I spoke about all of them, and now it's time to show the pulse function, how this works. So as I spoke about the previous primary things, we set up the 10, the length of the pulse. It means that the length will be 10, and then we delete it. So now you can see, and and this is the maximum value, which for the pulse is now set up is 4, and it means that we have 3 drawing days and 4. If it will be longer, then the maximum value will be longer. It means as it was evident that you should pass the number 3 drawing day and then is generated, so the pulse is relevant only where the filter is applied, and furthermore it doesn't have any obstructions. So that's why the pulse is right here. So if I change it to 1, and you can see now it's jumping from 1, so it shows. If I switch on the online monitoring, it shows how this goes and where it ends. If it will not reach the third, then it goes back. So you can see it's reaching a second draw, but not on the second, but when it will not reach the third draw, it goes back. So it reached second, third, but it didn't pass the third. So it's really jumping. When it goes over the third, we can see that now it's jumped, so it printed the whole box, or it generated all the numbers from here to here. So it really looks how it generates, and now it's showing the pulse from value 1. So you see, if I change it, it shows the pulse from number 2. It means it shows only the value when it goes to the second draw. Now we reach the third. Now it shows only when the third is reached, so it's not as frequent as possible. So we reached third, but we didn't pass it, so it now remains, and it only jumps but it goes over the third one. So this is how this works, and it's not so power consuming when we get it higher. So in this moment, if you put it to number 4, so nothing is now, you should pass over the 4 and then it jumps, go down. So this is how the pulse works. The length is storing 10 generations. It means 1, 2, let's say how far it gets. Yeah, so you can see then the complete length of the generation. I think there is no need to further discuss the pulse. There is also a specific tutorial for this, but as I said, everything now in one. And now we talk and we show how works the record function. It's quite complex, and it's for the monitoring purposes, where you can see some patterns between the results, some curves, so it can give you some knowledge. And I would say it's more detailed and scientific tool which you might use, and maybe you can read something from that if you have time, or if you are deeper interested about the results, about the patterns and the shape of the waves. So I will start it right now, and now you see it's running, and this is in fact, so it shows the pulse here. So we got just 1, 2, we go to 3, but we are not capable to get over the filter, so we are ending in the third column. So this is the pulse representation. If I'll change it to 2, then you will see that it's only showing from 2 and upper. So we have this 2 and 3, and I can also change it to number 4, number 3 and 4. So that's one thing. I might rather to show the record function when the generation started, because there is then show more things. Maybe if I use it can help that because it now shows everything, the pulse, the all results and the best and printed results, but we don't see much because not many results are printed. So if I make the gate smaller, now we will start to see that the results will be printed, but I do not see them right here. So yeah, so when we pass the filter, the results are printed. I'll do one thing, I'll switch off the filter so we can see more. So at this moment I can change during the transfer, I can change the filter setting, so we don't need to wait for the results and we can see them directly. So now it will be much different. You can see we got result, and also the result is printed because now we set up the gate, and at this moment you can see the pulse is always going up to the maximum. It means up to this maximum value because there is no filter and it always goes to the end. So in this case, if I'll change the pulse, so it's showing from the minimum value, which is now 4, and it goes from 4 to the end. So let's say it also shows these numbers, but the pulse was showing only to this phase. When it passed we didn't care, but now to show the results, so you can see at the end of the pulse we have the result. So this is how this works. I can also reset it and it's deleted and it's starting over again. So all the results are printed, the pulse is visible, and also all the results, printed results and the best results are printed. If I'll just change it, and now if I change to option number 2, it will only show the pulse is not shown, and now it will only show the results and the printed results. The printed results can be the red ones or the green, which are printed as top ones. So you can see all the results and the printed. If I make the gate, because now we are printing everything as the gate is setting to low, but now it can be, let's say there will be, you see there we have the curve of the results, but there are no these red triangles, so there is not printed the result at this moment. And if you see green one, then the best result is printed. So I'll keep it like it is, and finally only printed results are drawn. So the curve disappear, the pulse will disappear, and if I'll make it like this, when I lower the percentage, you are getting more. Yeah, so you see you have only the printed results, which is the best option and the minimum consuming the data and power and the speed. But as I said, it is the scientific tool and it will not influence your generation. It's about, if you want to record something, to look about the patterns, how often it's repeated, for example this, how high the value is, and based on this pattern you can judge which result can be used or what sequence is good to use. So that's why it's good to have the durability, duration and the time when the result was recorded or stored. So this is about the the record function. I can even a little bit play with this. What you can do, in fact, it is shown here completely, but you can, I will pause it as is doing some other stuff. You can use these two lines to change the scale. So if I can just show, because sometimes the record can be very long, so you can magnify the selected area, and I'll try to do it like this, so you can see in which number of cycles it was recorded, and you can see the pattern. When I make it linked, I can somehow to move it, and it moves the magnified window. Again, I can move it to the left or to the right. So these are the handlers which you can use to focus on the recorded values. I can do the auto, it's again automatically extended to whole record. Now I jump to user guide to show everything in better view. So let's find the record, and the record graph, it will be, hopefully I will again use the search. It's in results. Let's jump to another. Yeah, here we have, so it's in chapter number 4.1, so it's in the yeah, here we have the monitoring, and here we have the pause and record. So we are in the record function. I am aware that I am a little bit repeating myself, because I already shown something in the beginning of the video during the primary settings, but let's just show it again, mainly the graphs. So here we are activating the record, then we are adjusting the pulse, we can reset it, and this is the maximum value for the below line for the pulse function. Then there are the parameters which I discussed during the settings, and finally these are the graphs. So the important is to understand that you can switch on and off the graph. There is the auto function which sets the left and right border of the recording, so we can see it, the complete record. The linked, as I shown, and it's visible here. There is a picture which is below, so when I linked it, these are linked together, and you can move it from left to the right. So that's about the linked. Then we have the scroll bars, which we have the upper and lower, which we can set up the border, the limit for the left side and for the right side, just to select the area we want to focus on and we want to magnify it. Then there is a primary axis. This is for the pulse amplitude range. This is the full range from 1 to the maximum. It depends how long the history is. And the secondary axis is giving the value of the results. It means how high the result is in the beginning, it will be lower and it's increased. And then this is a number of cycles from starting from 0 to the number of cycles which are in the current time. You can start from another number, depends when you interrupt, when you reset your recording. So the description now, you can see it on the picture. So we have the pulse amplitude, which we've seen, it was jumping from down to up. It can differ when the filter settings is applied. Then we have the all results. So this is the curve, the red curve here. Then we have the printed results, which are the red ones. And as you are starting the recording, the first top results are usually the first results are usually the best results. So we have the green triangle here in the beginning, and then it's a little bit different. So that's what I explained. Then if we have this option number 1, everything is printed. Option number 2, all results are printing, the pulse is not included. And option number 3, only printed and best results. So there are all results, but then only printed and best results. So this is the legend, and the start of recording is by black point here, and when you interrupt it and start again, the black point appear again. So that's about the graph. Let's talk a little bit about the pulse. So we have the minimum lower peak, which is the starting point. Then is the maximum lower peak. So this is from where you can change the pulse. So you can change it from the first drawing day to the future prediction, and it means if you change it to number 3 in this case, you will exclude this jumping here. So you can see here, if I change it to number 2, it goes from here to here, and it's not so detailed. This one is not so detailed as this one. So it's about the pulse. Then to see the sections, you can see again the start of recording by this black point, and here you can, using the auto, it goes to see all the recording. By moving them, you can see as I move them the section, and there is the length. So that's all about the record function, and I believe and I see it was comprehensive. What I can do, basically, I will try to show this right now, so you can see also the green best results or the green triangles. And when I end it at this moment, and I'll try to reset this so all will be clear, the results. So let's try this, and you know I got no results, but I will now switch it on. This I can make like this, and now focus on the record graph. So when I started, and you can see we got the best result, then we got second best result is the start of the recording, and we got now results, but they are not the best, so we don't see the triangle. If I change the gate slightly, and maybe I switch off, or I switch off this pulse right there. Sometimes I recommend, when you change the scroll bars or the settings, it's better to pause the generation. So now you see that we are getting also good printed results, but for the best result we should wait, so it's not so frequent as all results or the printed results at this moment. So I think the record function was comprehensive and explained in huge detail. I just paused now the generation, and we spoke about everything here. I'll just let me try this. So it's running now, it's the recording running, everything is running, but the speed is not so good. And if I switch off this, then everything here is stopped. The pulse, record, time, speed. So this monitoring is not now running, and it's not slowing down your computer. The same if I do here, I should switch off this and switch off this. So I am normally using this one is off, but for the high speed, which is crucial, I switch off these two, the autosave is on, and these four are to maximum, so it's not refreshed so often. So this is the scenario about the online monitoring, and to see the values in real time, and to be aware about the effect on the speed, which is crucial to have, really to keep the high speed to get the best results during the time you really have. We got to this point, now it's running. I hope the speed will be increased. By the way, the notes tab you can use for all your notes. You can store there all your best results and the outputs, so you can really use it in a good way, and that's why the notes tab is here. Now it's running, so we got the number of cycles, the speed, and so it's all what is you need to have. I can leave it like it is. I don't need to add further info. So we spoke briefly, or not briefly, but in detail about all these things here, and you have idea how to use them, how they work. We spoke about the gate, we spoke about the record function, so this section is today complete. I will not talk about it more. We talked about all these things here, which are for, what does they mean. We know what is these parameters, that you cannot touch them, even these you cannot touch. So this is the section. Then I will just show small thing what you can do here. Here we have the display, and if I enable it, everything is updated here. So what I can do, I can switch off the draws, and here this is not refreshed, so other sections are refreshed. I can do the same with the fixed option, and it's now not moving. Finally, I can switch off the optional, or I can do it basically by this in the hall. Also, when I activate everything is updated in real time. I can exclude some parameters like this, so if you go here, it's not refreshed here. So that's how you can play with all the display, but basically it's just simple that you have everything on, and to make it fast, just switch off this. Furthermore, what I can do, and it's not dependent on the display, you can reset the quality for draw number 1, the quality for draw number 2, and you can reset or it's not reset, you can basically, if this is not activated, it's not reset, it's refresh and update the values. So in case when it's not, you know, I will switch it on and now it's changing in real time, but I do not want that, and I'm just interested after one day to see how this looks. So I click this and now it's refreshed to latest values. After some time the values change, so I can refresh it here. If I do not want to continue with this calculation because it's also taking some power and some steps to do, I can switch it off. And if all the results then are printed, I can show it here. I will just play a little bit with the gate because it's helping to show how this works. Now you can see we are getting again new results, and when I switch this off, you see that the probability is now, the proof is now off. If I do the same with the quality, it's too much frequent now, so let's say make it a little bit that it's not so often. And if I get a new, you know, I am getting new results, the proof is off and the quality is off as well. So that's how you can disable the calculation for quality numbers and for the proof. So in fact, if you want to increase again the speed, and these are parameters for information, it's good, you can print them, you can use them, but it's good when you are running it and you are not looking for that, it's good to switch it off and you really get very high speed. Let me see what speed we can get at this moment. So I now made everything as fast as possible. There is no other option to make it even faster. Let's see what speed we get when we go to nodes tab, and it's 19,000 cycles per second, 23,000 cycles per second. So it's really, the speed is really nice and I like it. So at this moment I'll put it on and I'll talk about, so we got from left here to the right, and I'm almost ready with all these things here, but now I'll focus on the quality so you understand what the quality of the seed is. You can see here there is a quality Q31 and for Q2 is 32. It's related to the frequency of the generated numbers. It means, for example, you have 36 balls and we are looking how often the number was drawn in real lottery, for example number 10, and how often this number was generated by the generator. If the frequency is similar, then the quality of the number is higher, or the generation itself. The generator, I'm saying that the generator is very close to the real generator, but it has no any relation to generate the best results. It's something you can compare, so you are getting these values, and the best is to go to user guide and see where the quality is described. So as I'm talking, sometimes I'm getting lost. It's hidden quality. Let's see what is next. So it's again hidden. Yeah, I hope so. We have here the quality if the statistics the frequency charts are missing, I mean these numbers here. This is the frequency, how often the number, each number, for example number 5 in the lottery was 170 times drawn for Super Auto Plus. So this is the frequency, how often the number was drawn. But when I go, so when these charts are missing, then during the settings it's automatically set to off. Also, when the generator number 2 is used, the seeds are off, so there is nothing to talk about the seeds. So as I scroll down, and let's see, we have here the quality. Yeah, this is the, yeah, okay, it is in the section of analyzer. It's chapter 411, and the analyzer is the section where we are analyzing the quality of the generated numbers, and then we talk about the proof. So everything is described here in this chapter. There are also separate tutorials for that, for the quality and for the proof, but as it is in one video, I will talk about it. So the generated number quality, you can include it, as I said, if there is no if the generator number 1 is not used, or if there is no fill in the frequency numbers, then it's disabled automatically. You can switch on and off the calculation, and the third is that you can print the computation when you need, so it's not in the real time. Then the quality is shown here and here, and these are the same numbers like here and here. So the first graph, it shows the blue one, it shows the frequency chart of each number from the lottery. So we have from 1 to 10, we have 10 balls, and the number 1 was 10 times drawn, the number 2 was drawn more often. So there is, it represents these numbers. So this is the frequency from the real lottery. Then the purple or pink color curve represents the how often the generator in the gene generates these numbers. So for example, the number 1 was also generated 10 times, and the number 2 was generated less times than in the real lottery. So we got different curve, and the final curve, this is the blue, let's say blue from ocean or turquoise, and this is the deviation between these two. And when the deviation is smaller, then the quality is basically higher. If we have higher deviation, then this is equal, really, this is 45, then the quality is basically, it's lower. So that's how it looks, and the best scenario is that these two lines are the same and the deviation is the smallest. So for the Q1 we have better quality than for Q2 where it's lower, but it changes during the generation, and as I said, is a supportive tool. It's like the analyzer. So when I go back, you can see it here, we have this blue curve, the curve of the generator, this pink one, you can see it's like a straight line. So after a long time it really gets almost straight, and you can see then the deviations, which is smaller in the for the draw one, and it is little bit sorry, it is higher, and here it is smaller. So that's how it works. But you can also distinguish that there are much more numbers here. It's 69 numbers, and there are just 26 numbers. So this is also something you should consider. And that's about the quality of the generated random numbers. Now we talk about the proof. It's quite complex tool, so it takes a little bit time. And the proof, you can, as I said, you can activate it here, and if it's activated here, then the box for proof function is printed. Then you have these similar tools like with the quality things or features. And at first I'll explain the proof directly in the user guide. So here you have the online monitoring. Then during the primary settings you can decide if you really will use it or not. Then you can switch it off even during the generation, so it's not used at all. No new numbers will come to the box. And finally you can print the computation, so basically refresh the table. So these are the tools which you can use, and now I will explain that in the following graphs. So basically I will not go in depth because there is a special tutorial for the proof where you can see everything in detail, but to have some basic knowledge is that what I'm trying to do with the proof tool, I'm trying to prove the theory if it works or not. And it says when I have imagine we have 3 drawing days, we know the numbers for the first and second drawing day, and we also know the numbers for the third day. And I'm making a sum of these 2 days, which is giving me some value 2.5, and based on that I'm saying that the prediction will be also 2.5. It means that I'll get at least two numbers to be hit. So this is what the prediction says. But here I get some deviation. For me 2.5, but I got 1 hit only, so then there is a deviation that I got a minus 1.12, and it is so we have the deviation is 1 minus 2.5 is minus 1.5, and this value represents positive or negative average deviation calculated for relevant level. So we got a 1.5 the deviation, but it's not the average, and 1.12 is the average, it's the negative value. If I get and based on this, so I'm trying to observe how close I am, and when I scroll down, then you can see it here. So this is the proof box, and the level, we are in level 2, as we got this average is 2.5, so we got into level 2 from 2 to 3, and then based on calculation we got 1.5 deviation, but in average it is minus 1.12, which is printed by here. This is the negative deviation. Then also, but we are not with this scenario and this level, we are getting also positive deviations, and this is 0.48, which we are above. So it means if we have let's say 2.5 here, sometimes we can get 3. And so this is the deviation. Here we have for the first level, and if we get more matches right here in this scenario, so we are comparing always with the last known one, so this is before the future one, as we already know. So we can get to higher levels. For example, we are getting to level 3, but we have more or less only negative, so we are going down. Then there is a number of positive deviations, which is the number of recorded positive deviations and number of recorded negative deviations. So in most cases we have recorded this. Then finally is percentage from all recorded, so this is percentage from all recorded positive deviations. So this one is the 8%, then this one is 28%, and in total, if we count all these together, it should give you 100% together. Yeah, so it will gives you, and I'll try to show it here. So if I'll count all these deviations and look here, it is 100% sum of all them. Yeah. Finally, here is the, if I look there, sum of all recorded positive deviations in level. Then this is the sum of all recorded deviations. It means when I assume, let's say, these deviations, yeah, so I'll get some total value. So when I assume, it means 1.12 times this one in average will give you this value. So I'm assuming all these deviations, so it's sometimes like this times the number of them will give you the sum of these things. And this is these are the values, and you can see how this looks. And then finally, if I go there, if I have low values, a number of hits, the maximum hits and low value, so then it's about that if I am getting upper, I'm in low state, then it's rather to prove the theory. If I'm somewhere in the same level, it's not as good. If I'm some in the middle range, if I'm dropping too much down, it's rather to disprove. And if I'm somewhere in the same level or upper, then the deviation, if I'm getting to slightly minus and even to plus, then it's rather to prove the theory. Finally, if I'm too high but I'm getting more or less the red areas dropping too much down, it's rather about to disprove the theory. So this is a scientific analyzing tool from the analyzer to showing how good the gene itself is, and that's why I created this tool, to see by myself how close I can get and how good the predictions are. So I'm not using for the generations of numbers here, but to see what deviations I'm getting and to which level I'm going to, and it really can differ from different settings and scenarios or strategies. If the count of previous lots is small, or even the whole history, it really then make a big change, and it might be, the results might be really interesting. So in the meantime, when I'm running the gene regularly, I am using that very let's say not often, but I'm using that regularly to see how this works, what are the deviations, and from time to time I look at and take some my observations and knowledge. So this is all about the proof function. So we discussed the complete this section right here with the quality, with the proof, with this box for the proof, and we are getting to the basically evaluation phase. So we discussed now the generation phase, we started with the settings phase, and now it's time to make the evaluations. So this is another important part of using the gene. Especially before the buying the ticket. So when the generation is running and you got the time when you need to buy the ticket or you want to look for the numbers, then you just end the generation. And now there are two buttons which are accessible. This is the compare and the save. So basically you can save it, just not to lose your generation, and before you decide to do something, you can in the meantime every day, or you can look how the results look. So in this case you click the compare button, and what it is doing, it compares all the numbers which are matched with the output. So in this case we see this scenario. So it marks numbers which were matched and drawn in the right order. These are marked by the red color by default. The pink color mark as numbers marked by this color are matched numbers but not drawn in the right order. And here I have to be careful, as it's these numbers are not written in the right order. The right order is not important for you, but there are lotteries which are used for that. I'm using that also. So in this case, let's imagine the order is considered. In this case you see that two numbers are drawn in the right order and two numbers matched but not drawn in the right order, and here are two numbers matched but not drawn in the right order. So it represents the wave of all matches and the matches in the right order. When you can see, this is the best result, and the wave is the corresponding. So we have 0, then we have 4 all matched numbers and two numbers in the right order and none in the right order. Then there is other results, so you can see all the waves, and based on that, then if you are finished with it, so usually you take those numbers on your ticket. So you put 27, 67 and so on for the first draw, and number 24 for the next draw. And this is how you use the numbers from the best output box. You might have other good output box, so you might decide between the last best results for another ones. And if it's over, then you can do two things. You can start a new generation and to get new numbers to F column for the future, or instead of running the next drawing day, you will use these next predictions, which are in principle are not as strong as these future ones. But if your wave will be very good and your matches here will be also nice, it's then probable that these will be also valuable to use, and further you can use this. So this is a first way how to use the compare function. And there are still a lot of things to discuss in the compare. So you can see the numbers drawn in the right order are marked differently than matched but not drawn in the right order. You can see the waves in each output box, and furthermore you can see the sorter and the sorter is automatically generated when you click the compare button, and here you see how often each number was drawn. So in this example you can see for the first draw the number 3 was drawn 1 time, and in the second row number 9 was 1 time. If there are more output results, when it's efficient to use the sorter when you have, for example, 10 best output results. So from them you can see that in these best results you have some numbers which are more frequent than the others. In this case the frequency is not, for example, here the number 58 was drawn 2 times, or is visible in here 2 times. Here is for number 48 2 times. So in some scenarios you might decide, and it depends on what strategy you decide to choose. So the gene and the playing strategies is very variable, and you can decide not to use these numbers, for example, but to use the numbers based on the frequency here. So if you have something interesting here, that you have really numbers with very high frequency, but only in case that you have really many output boxes with at least, I would say, 5 to 10 last best results printed. Based on that you can decide to choose these numbers from here, because these numbers are appearing repeatedly in the best results for the predictions. So it might be possible that these numbers will be also present in the next future drawing day. So it's about the sorter. If I use a right mouse click, then I clear everything like here. So it's again it's empty, and it makes sense when you do not want to see it, or if you continue the generation. And I'll start it here, but now I kept the reset, so I'm starting from 0 again. I might do it this way. So let's say you continue the generation again, you have new results, so you can click end and you can again compare it. So you get, now it was not running so long, so you see only a few weaker results here. That's about it. I might do something that I will not use for now, the twister also, so I can delete it, so I can continue again, and I start the generation from the beginning. The reset is good, that you don't need to make everything newly, and now it's running. I'll switch it off, let's say, to get some better waves. So I got something, I will end it. Now I click compare, and now we got the waves everywhere in every output box. And you see the best result is number 3, it's represented here, it has this wave, and you see the wave here also, it represents here. So that's one use of the compare before you decide to select the right number. So you can select from the last recorded output boxes from the best one. It's like this column, then for the next you can use this, and finally this, or you can decide to choose the numbers from the sorter. So these are basically 3 ways how to choose and select numbers for your generation. But then when you buy the ticket, you get new numbers, or the drawing day the numbers are drawn, so you have new numbers. And imagine something, I'll make it a little bit, so let's say we got new numbers, numbers. I'll change them a little bit, that it's something like this, and I can clean it by right click, so it's clean. But then this is, you see what it's for. So you have compare for future rows, compare with prediction number 1, compare with prediction number 2. So in this moment, when you got the numbers from the lottery, you fill them in, and you can compare how the results were good with others. So in this case, we got 3 numbers which were matched, and which were matched in the best results. So we got these 3 numbers. As I copy them, they are also in the same position, so it looks like they were drawn in the right order. So that looks that we got 3 hits. And if I continue, I have new numbers, so from the lottery, so I'll put them here. Yeah, but imagine it's not copied, it's just to make it fast, but it's from the lottery. So when I click again, the compare will recalculate everything, and we got all the matches. And furthermore, you can continue to the last column. I even can fill in just a few numbers. Maybe if I hit something, let's see. So I click compare, and let's say I have 1 match. This is the number 44. Then there are no matches because I didn't hit that. So this is how this works, and this is how you can use the compare. I can again clean it, I can again activate it. So what I usually do when I have it, I may compare, and then I'll click save. I close it, I can hide it, and I can open it again when I have new numbers. So when I have new numbers, I will open it right here, and with these new numbers I can, I fill it in. Some numbers. So I have new numbers, and I click again the compare, and so I got some matches. It's now what I was writing here. So this is how the compare works. After the compare or reopening the file, when you check this, you can save it as I mentioned, and that's all about the compare function, about these compare columns that you need fill to in, and how it's used. So now when I look on that, we spoke about the autosave and save, and there are some features and functions which you can use during your generation. The first of all is a transfer. Transfer allows you to save the gene in the last save point and continue on another computer or at another time on the same computer, and you can continue from the last save point. It means that it's good when I continue the generation, it's running now. You see the gene is running and it's going on. So you can see it's running. Then I can end it, and basically When I end it, I want to continue again. So I can make some compare, let's say, here, I can clear it, and I want to continue. So in this case, I'll check transfer, I click activation, setting, and start, and it continues. So there is no problem. Or it's running quite long time, and I just want to really save it. In this case, I will end it, I will save it, and it's saved. There is also the time when it was saved right here. So in this case, I can again, it can be stopped. I can again click activation, settings, and start it. So this is how this works. It's now running and it continues the generation. The final thing why the transfer is really good is when I click end, I will save it, or it's in autosave mode. When it is closed or the computer is switched off, the power is off. So when it's saved, I reopen the file. I enlarge it to screen and just make sure it's checked, but it's good to check it before saving. Just click activation, setting, and start. So this is how you can keep the gene in the last save point and to start it from this point further on. The second thing how you can use the transfer is that you can reset it. It means that many things will remain and other things you can change during the generation. So at this moment, if I go to user guide and I'll go to transfer function, so here we have the transfer plus we have the reset. The transfer was explained, all I have shown, and everything is described in detail, and you can also read what is kept and what not. There are some things about the seeds and other stuff because it has some relation. And with the reset, if you check the reset, there are the three things which are important to mention. So we are retaining all printed boxes for the filter, twister, input box and output boxes. It means that with the reset all the boxes are retained, but all the numbers, but also the all numbers in input box are retained. It means all these numbers in this input box plus these ones that are not deleted. Then the last seed and swap numbers for generator number 1 if used. It means that these numbers are here are not deleted. That's what is retained. What is clear are all the results in all output boxes. The hit graphs, record pulse graphs, marked waves and numbers in compare, sorter, numbers, proof results. I'll show that. Finally, what cannot be changed is the language, skin, lottery, generator, rating, everything which is basically in primary settings. Count of previews and future lots, position, size, number of all printed boxes. So this is to be aware what it's for, and not everything is resetted. So in this case, let's see if I'm not using right that. I will activate setting, I'll start it without reset. Now I'll make the pulse, I make the record, so you can see that everything is running. Everything. Now I end it, I'll make the compare here, and let's see, we have the compare, we have the sorter here, we have the record graph, pulse graph, hit graph, everything we have. And now when we go, we check the reset here and see what happens. I might also do it's not just for this what is retained or whatnot. So when I click activation and settings, and you can see that the record was cleared, also the pulse was cleared, the quality was clear, the proof is clear, the filter retained, twister also is kept, the output input drawn numbers are kept, and all the result boxes are cleared. It means we are ready to start new generation, but without needed to make the complete new settings. Also, what cannot be changed, as I mentioned, the language, all these frozen tools here from the lottery. So you cannot change the lottery, you cannot change these things like this, the position, and there are some number of results because it's printed. You might probably change the recuperation, but all is described also here in the reset. Yeah, so what can be done? Basically, be careful, and I recommend to use transfer only for starting the generation from the last save point, or if you started a new play, so you want to generate new results. So in this case, I'll just I can keep it like this, and when you start, you are getting again. Also, what I haven't shown, but you see that when we use the compare, or was cleared even the sorter, if I mentioned that just while before. So now we are starting from the beginning, also from the zero, the counter goes from zero. So that's how the transfer works, and this is a really useful tool. So furthermore, I created and prepared the Keeper, which is brand new tool in Gene 2.3, and this is also to make the whole generation user friendly and to have it in a good way. So when you use the Keeper, you check this box here, and when you use the Keeper, you cannot use the transfer in the same time. And there is, so you can activate the Keeper. The Keeper is activated at the end of the generation. Let's say after compare, you can save it here basically. And there are several options about the Keeper, but let me describe them in the user guide. So I'll go here, I see the Keeper here. We have the tool, the bar for the Keeper, and we have the Keeper and all these things right here. So at first we check the Keeper, then we make the settings, then we click the activation settings, and so on. So at first we have the auto. It means that it changes the length of the previous draws based on the settings here from 0.2 to 5. Then the second is we are saying what part of the input box we want to keep. We can keep the past, we can keep also the feature, and also the compare part of the input box, which means so we can keep this section, we can keep this section plus the future, and finally we can keep the complete input box. Then we can decide if we want to keep the filter settings and the twister settings. So it means if we want to keep I would write it right here and like here. So if we want to keep this filter settings and twister settings, and at the end there is offsets. It says how much offset we give at the end of the kept section, and how much we take numbers from the last section for comparison, because it's not always filled in. It means, I'll scroll down. So if we choose the auto, it changes the count of preview slots based on the settings. If we use, as I said, FPFC, so we are here, if we have P, we are keeping that section. Using F, we are keeping P and F section, and with C, we are keeping all of them. So all is described here. Then the filter, if we cross it, then we keep it. If we make it longer, then it goes to the end, because especially the filter is used at the end of generation. The same is with the twister. We have number 1, 1. If we make it longer, it's everything moved to end. So we have 1, 0, 1 at the end. So we are keeping the settings. The offset A is if we keep, let's say, if we leave it 0, then if we have 5, these 5 columns, then we make a space for 5 columns. It's like to run the generation again. And this is the input box. If we put number 1, we get an extra 1 free space where we can, for example, fill in new drawn numbers. So it always gives a space after the last drawing column. If we put number 2, then we got 2 of them, and so on, based on the setting. And it's always giving the space only into past section. Then offset B is how long we want to keep the compare section, or the, let's say, prediction section. So it means that if we have 1, we will keep only the first column. If we have 2, we are keeping 2 columns, and it's taken. So if we keep 1, then it's taken here, and with plus 26, 5, so it's adjusted here, and it's adjusted automatically. So we are using the reason why we are using the auto, so it's extended correctly. If we have 2, then we have the number 5, 15, and you can see it's adjusted here. Offset is 0, so there is no extra empty space. So this is how the settings works. And let's say I will show the most used scenario. So at this moment we want to keep this section to make it, because we know the numbers which were drawn, and we want to move them to past. Before the Gen 2.3 it was a little bit difficult to do it. There has to be done new settings and other stuff. So at this moment we check the keeper, then we'll take the auto. Then we want to keep the past and future. It means we cross this, the F. Also I want to keep the filter settings plus the twister. So I'll check the filter setting, the twister setting. The offset, because I'm taking this as in the past and I know this number, I would keep 0. And also I'm not taking any numbers from comparison, then I fill nothing. If I fill nothing and there I will take this section, it will anyway takes it as complete. So that's how this works. And now let's see what happens. We have here count of previous slots 3, but based on the settings it should be increased to 4. So I click activation and now everything is clear. So it means that the keeper settings is stored and ready to make its job. But what is important to keep in mind, at this moment you cannot close the gene or do something. What you can do now, you are free to change the skin, so we can the language, so we can change it to German, we can keep English, we can change the skin to blue now, so it changes. We can even change the game. For example, if you want to generate numbers only for one draw of the Powerball, you can have different preset and you can change even this, but I will not do it here. I will keep the Powerball so everything is understandable. So what you can also do, you can change the position and even, but it's not here recommended, you can still change the count of previous slots. You can change it to 5 in future lots, you can change it to other value. You can also change, and let me show that. I'll change it so I can delete this seed and swap numbers. I can change it to 6. So basically you are free to do all the settings like you do with the original lottery. I will change the mode to B. I change to order, so I consider the order, and even it doesn't make so much sense here, but let's make it like it is, and we are ready. If you click the settings, we've done the primary settings. We did a lot of changes, but we don't need to care about the previous draws because they are kept by the keeper for these new settings, and you will see it right here what will happen there. So I might wait a little bit. I take a drink. This tutorial now is longer than 4 hours. It's quite hard here. So you see we got extension to 4 previous draws. The filter was moved to the end, as I said before, and the twister was moved as well. The empty things were filled by 0, but this is the same to have it empty or 0, so no deal here. And then we have all the filled numbers. So all is done like we needed, and now we are ready. Just click start and new generation is running. And let's show some differences. We are using the generator number 2. So these 2 seeds were disabled because there are no seeds needed for that. Also, these are empty and not marked by red because they are also not needed, the seeds and swap numbers. When we look to graph, the seed 1 and 2 is empty as well. So, but these lines are just kept because of the quality, and the quality parameter was available. So the gene is now running. We are getting the result. Here is the G2 generator and mode BB, mostly with 0 rewinds, but we can see here, for example, here one number was rewinded once, as some of them was drawn 2 times in this one drawing day. So let's assume that this quality isn't so relevant and high. Also, what is different that you might be aware of is that the solid curve represents number of results of the numbers which were drawn in the right order, and this one represents the amount of all numbers which were drawn in the right order and not in the right order. The same is valid for the red online results, the top results, and also for the semi results if the gate is set up to less than 100%. This is how the compare works. And before I finish, I still have something to say about the results, maybe about the keeper. So I'll go to the user guide and let's see the results, and you can see it here in this. As I mentioned, you have always the solid curve and the dashed curve, and when I go to the chaos and order, here it's more explained. So you can decide between the order is not considered or is considered, and then the second parameter is applied. I did some discussion about what is new tutorial where it's described, but let me tell you, there are, I'll show one thing. If the order is not considered, then the solid curve represents all matched numbers and the dashed curve represents matched numbers in the right order. But here in this order scenario is different. The solid curve represents the numbers drawn in the right order, and dashed curve represents numbers in the drawn not in the right order. But it means all those matched numbers. You can see also the difference that if you have the disordered scenario, you cannot get with this line through the filter. This line always should be within the filter limits, but the number of numbers not drawn in the right order but not considered in evaluation can, for example, pass here the filter that you got one match. So based on the filter, so you have basically two scenarios. If you put disordered, then it considers only numbers in the filter when it's disordered. If you put ordered, it considers to pass the filter only number in which were drawn in the right order. It means if you have more numbers which will match but not drawn in the right order, it will show it, even it will cross these walls, but only this wave is considered that it passed the filter. This is important to distinguish the difference between the order and disorder and the filter settings. So if I will mention it here, just let's see. You can see it here. If it's ordered, there is a number of is drawn in the right order and there is a not drawn in the right order. And in the disordered scenario, it's all numbers drawn but not matched, and these are only the matched numbers. I'll just look here. So I want to say, if you have ordered and 100% influence of disordered is the same like disordered and 0%, and maybe it's visible more here. I can, yeah, here are the equal scenarios what I want to express. This one, disordered plus 100% of ordered is equal if you put ordered and 0% of disordered. These are equal, but in the filter, if order is checked, is only ordered numbers are considered to pass the filter. Then if you check the order and put 100% is the same like disordered and 0% of ordered considered. It means it's the same like we had until gene 2.2, but when you check this to pass the filter, the ordered numbers are considered, and if you check this, the disordered numbers are considered to pass filter. So that's why we are getting these overlaps with the, for example, if we are considering to pass the filter in the disordered scenario, so then the second curve, the dashed curve, can go through the walls of the filter, and the same here, because this is not considered as we are counting then. I wanted to make you aware about this. Here is the representation, and in the compare function I mentioned that bio-red by default are matched in the right order, matched but not in the right order. Light green represents amount of numbers in the right order, and this is amount, the dark green amount of numbers not drawn in the right order. The whole amount is all matched numbers. And you can also see that if we consider the order, only two numbers are counted here. Here, if we consider here the scenario disordered, then three numbers are counted as matched. There 1, 2. Maybe I want to go, there is some calculation and I'll do for that a special tutorial, but as I scroll down, if I look correctly, result representation and value calculation, I just need to look to a table because it's quite complex. Yeah, there are different scenarios when it's ordered and not ordered, so it depends. I might look here just if there is something more evident. I'm scrolling down. It's no. Yeah, it's quite difficult here, but just briefly explaining, if I give, let's say, I'll give 100% only ordered is considered like this, then I'm considering only value 2. But if I give, I would say 100% influence of this ordered, then this one number 100% is value 1, so I'll get number 3. And if in this case I have 3 matched numbers and I have this scenario disordered and I give 100% of order, then this one is excluded and I have value only 2. So it means I will remove the order influence here, or I will add the order influence here, so I will reduce the value, and all is visible in this value calculations. And you can see that when you are running the gene, so I don't want to go to the detail, so you can see then here the values in this hit value, so you will get then the exact value. Or maybe it's good, or it will be good to show it to you here. So let's make I'll make the keeper again, and I'll keep just the past, so we will see how this works. And now I'm considering order, but let's put here 50% of influence of the disorder, so it's more relevant. It's just a simple calculation, and I will just show you the difference here. And I see that the sun is not shining again, so let me check the gain, because I was not aware it will change quite often during the day. So the interface is printed right now, and I hope it goes smoothly without any issues, as the video is almost 4.5 hours long. So we got the interface. As I kept the auto and kept only the past, we have still the same scenario. And now let's make it really fast. I will exclude the twister, and maybe I'll remove the filter as well. So let's start the generation. So we consider the order and the amount of disordered numbers. So it's running at this moment, and I can pause it, and let's make even or end it. Let's make compare here, and you can see something here. So we got, as we got 50%, it's now evident, and we got one hit which was not in the right order, but we are considering some value of it 50%, and instead of 1 we have 50% is 0.5. Then we got number 2, we have one hit in the right order, but we got 2 hits, but 2 hits, the 50% of 2 hits is just 1, so it's 1 plus 1 is 2. So this is how we are adding some value to the numbers in the right order. And here we have 1 hit, and 0.5 is 50% from 1, so 1.5 and 0.5. So this is the value, and that's the average. If I put it to 100%, then we get value 3 here, 1, and so on. And the same works if it's disordered. Then if I get order, I will also, the values will be changed according to valid formulas. So this is how this order and the order and disorder function works. And I'm just thinking if to show something more. We spoke about the keeper, about the transfer. So I described all these things here. Maybe I missed just, if I'll go, I make the transfer and I continue starting the gene, it's running. I just want to, and let's make it fast. Well, let's leave it to running and let's check if we discussed everything. So from the chapter 2 we did the primary, secondary setting, running operations. Let's look. So this is the start and bottom, and we spoke about the transfer, the save was discussed, results, the representation, the gate, the speed boost, which is very important to keep the high speed. I spoke about the wave-like theory, about the principle, how it works in this video. Then we went through the functions here, through the monitoring, languages, skins, all these things here. For all these things are there available tutorials, except there will be new tutorials for these new functions which are part of the Gene 2.3. I mean the transfer, keeper, double filter, crazy twister. So these all things will be described in the single tutorial. I try to describe them here, so you have everything in my video, but here it will be a little bit more, even more clear and detailed in this case. Then we have the buttons here, so that will be good. Go through them. So the activation was for the activation or for starting the primary settings. When the gene is active, you can see it in the application bar. Then there is a number X. Yeah, the thing is, when you do something and you are not able to reach the activation button, only the last 8 or Q is to click the X button. So then is for the settings to do the secondary settings. In the start button you can start, pause and continue. So also in the application bar you can see the statuses here. Then you can end it. In the status bar is visible as well. Compare was described here. So these are the values, order, disorder. So I am also describing, there is a chapter after clicking, there is a complete chapter about the compare. So all I've discussed about the compare is clearly described here under this button. Moving further, there is the status bar, which is showing when the compare is running or cleaning or finished, or cleaning is finished. Then also if this has the number of cells on the complete interface more than 500,000 of cells, then it shows the progress, how much of it was compared or cleaned. So you don't need to be afraid if it stacks or not. So that's about the compare. Sorter we discussed. Then we have the save button, which is then visible in this autosave column. When it's autosaved, it's done here. Then there are 2 last buttons. If I go here, so the gene is running. And I go here. So you have the clean bottom and X bottom. It's the clean will clean all the interface if you are not able to do it by other means, but I do not recommend to use it. And finally the X, as I mentioned, if you somehow save it in the bad state and you need to reach the activation button, which can allows you to make the primary setting, then you can just use this. So this is all about the buttons here, and I just wanted to show something with the keeper, and maybe if I end it here. So I don't think I need to show something more. We have the compare here. Yeah, there is no need to discuss this further. So if I do, let's say, the clean here, all is cleaned, but now I need to make new settings. I can also, if I save it in this bad state, I can basically do this, but I don't do it often, so I just click the settings right here. So that's only how I wanted to show the clean and X buttons. Finally, but before I finish, I'll jump to Analyzer again, and if I go to proof function, I forgot just to mention one thing. So if you want to use the Analyzer and the proof function, you have to be careful about the filter settings. So optimal is to not to use the filter setting at all, that the generation will not be distorted by this filter. You can also use some kind of the settings, but you cannot use the filter at the final drawing day, the column, because it really will give you bad and wrong numbers, so the evaluation will be failed. So this at the end you cannot use, and here as well. So that's just one info I wanted to add to the proof function. When we go to final chapter, it's about the errors. So the first thing is, if something is not correct here, it's marked by red color. The correct things are marked by green color. So you can see that you should be within limits. All is described here. So if this happens, then you get list of errors that you should correct, and then click activation again, which I've shown in the beginning of the video. So then it must be like this during the primary settings, and then the gene setting is okay. Also, you can have some errors like wrong seeds, or that is bad values. Then you can have problem with it is especially in the secondary settings before the start. So you can have wrong settings with the filter and with the twister, which I mentioned before. And finally, the problem is if these drawing numbers are not filled correctly. In this case is you cannot have two same numbers. You cannot use 0 negative numbers, or out of range, or finally empty columns. Then there can be some run runtime errors like 380, like that. It's usually that it's stored in the best status and you cannot upload the combo boxes with the right values. In this case, you can use the X and then activation. Then runtime error 91 is sometimes quite often, it happens quite often to some of users, not to me, but on another computer it happens. It depends what installation of Windows you have or what type of Excel you have, and sometimes because of the security is doing something which is not possible. It's not a problem of the gene itself, but this is something at Windows directly, and there are some advices what to do and some root causes what might cause the problem, so it's better to read this. And the first aid and the most possible is to use the autosave most often. So when it happens, the error runtime error 91, then when you have the autosave, just close the file without saving and open it from the last save point and continue the generation. The second is to look for the support on the internet, and then there are third alternatives which I try to write down. So that's almost all, and I added some information. I'll have just something like here. Maybe I can show something more if I put the numbers here. So I have some numbers. I'll start the generation. Hopefully it will be running fast right now. Yeah, and that's what I forgot to mention, and I forgot to speak about the Speedmeter, and that's here. By this you can also hide it, the hit graphs, everything, but here it shows the average speed, which is this blue line, and the red orange line shows the actual speed, which is at this moment slightly lower than the average speed, but it can change during time. So in this Speedmeter you can see these two speeds in the real time and the average speed. So that's what I wanted to show. Also, when we have the order, this order, let's see, yeah, so about these outputs in the order disorder and passing through the walls, now it cannot happen. It can be even only higher, these disordered numbers. So that's we mentioned the Speedmeter. I'm still thinking if I didn't forget anything important like here, because I don't want to record this video again. So let's talk about the last thing, and this is how to run the gene for the pick and cache lotteries using more than 2 drawing machines. In this case, I will not keep anything like here. And then you have presets for pick lotteries, and so if you play, I can show it to you. if you play lottery pick 2 and you see preset, it has 10 numbers and you are drawing only one number from the pick 2 lottery, but these numbers are from 0 to 9. So for us number 10 is 0, and then we are writing numbers from 1 to 9, and 10 is the number 0. And we have two drawing machines. If you want to play, for example, the pick 3, you need to run two genes in the same time because it has 3 lottery drawing machines, and the gene is capable to simulate only 2. So in this case, you open one gene using these 2 drawing machines, and then I'll try to, maybe I can, it's better to make copy. I'll make the copy right here, and I'll try to open it right now. But for this there is a tutorial how to open it independently, so look for the tutorial cash pick and cash lotteries. But just for this video, so I'll keep the activation, and I have now 2 genes. First gene, and here I have second. I click if I want to play the pick 3, so I choose the third drawing day. If I play the pick or cash 4, I click this 3, 4. This is a drawing machine number 3 and 4, so I can pick it like this. Let's keep pick 3, so third draw, and I can start the settings. I need a little bit wait before I can do the second. I hope I'll be able to get to this. So now there are printed boxes for the third draw of the lottery pick 3. So there are all the presets for pick 3, 4, 5, and also cash 3, 4, 5. If you use the pick 4, then you are using 2 and 2 drawing machines. For pick 5, you should run the 3 genes in the same time. So here we have the input box for third drawing machines of pick 3, and I'll make settings for, so there are 2 drawing machines for the first and second draw, so it will be printed here. So again, it takes some time, so let me check in the meantime if there is something interesting to say again here. As I mentioned in the beginning of the video, at first it's important to watch the quick start where you can extract the files, install them, and make the activation, because this video doesn't contain the activation of that. And here you can see, so if I have number 0, I put 10, then I can put numbers here. the same here. So I have 2 draws, and in the same time I run 1 draw. To make it just clear for you, you need it's the number 3rd draw. This is how you can play lotteries with more than 2 drawing machines. If I end it, I'll just click activation, and I'll just again show the list of the pick lotteries. And you can see here that for pick 2 you have only 1 preset. For pick 3 you have 2 presets, for the 1st and 2nd drawing machine and for the 3rd. For the pick 4 you have 2 presets for the 1st, 2nd and 3rd and 4th drawing machine. For the pick 5 you have 3 presets, so you have to run 3 genes in the same time. So you have preset for 1st, 2nd draw, 3rd, 4th draw and 5th draw, and the same is for the cash. They are basically, the cash lotteries are the same, and there are also the daily 3 and 4, so only the name is different, but the rules are the same. And before we finished, I'll just check if there is something to say before the end, and I think we went through all these things. So you know what is the note tabs. It's to make it fast, but also to keep your notes and numbers. Games sheet, we went through languages, skins, and there is information about your registrations and license agreement. So this is for your information. We went through all the user guide and basically through all main functions and features and the main chapter in the desirable detail. And we've reached the end, and I believe the Gene interface is more intuitive and user-friendly to you than it was before. In fact, you become much familiar with Gene throughout this tutorial. I hope it has been helpful, and I encourage you to explore and experiment with all the features on your own. If you found this video helpful, do not forget to subscribe, click the bell and give it a like. It really helps. Thank you for watching and see you next time.